Welcome to Making Awesome, Chapter 19. We're almost at the big 2-0. We have Joe here from Project Red. This one's going to be a lot of fun. Project Red, I'm already screwing it up, man. Look at this. Project Red makes one of the most badass 3D printers on the market. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, you need to go to their website right now, Project R3D .com. It is .com, right? Yes, it is. Beautiful. And look at the Daedalus. But before you go that far, let's get the billing department real quick. This episode, as always, is supported by 3D Musketeers. If you have an idea that you want made real, potentially soon on a Daedalus, you can reach us at 3dmusketeers.com. Links will be, as always, in the description. I got Thomas with me here today. Tad is absent, at least for a little bit. He had a couple of personal things he had to take care of, so we will only hold it against him in a court of law, and thank God we don't have one here. So let's get to it. Joe, tell the guys and gal or two out there in the listening land who you are, what you do, and let's get into it, man.
I'm Joe Pogorski. I run Project R3D. I've been running it since 2017, but we really started getting stuff worked on, some designs, and working with some industry people from about 2016. But I've been 3D printing since 2010, from the beginnings of desktop stuff. At least to where you could buy stuff, maybe.
Yeah.
Sometimes. I do remember going to Home Depot to buy stuff for a 3D printer. That was a bad idea. Don't do that. They don't have a 3D printing aisle.
Well, some of them do now. Some of them still have the Dremel.
Yeah, and they're trying to get rid of it, like everybody with the Dremel.
I did not even know you could buy anything 3D printed related at Home Depot.
Dremel made a 3D printer.
Dremel did, yeah, and it was very hard to get for there for a while. There's another Loctite has a 3D printer now.
No, dude.
This sounds actually like a great YouTube video, which would be to get everything you need at Home Depot for 3D printing and make some prints with it.
No. You are bringing back so many bad memories for everybody who was in the beginning.
Just roll back 10 years, and that's what it was. I started in 2008.
Oh, okay, cool.
Okay, so I literally started like drilling my own nozzles, building 3D printers out of 2D printers with Rich and the other RepRap guys. And to say it was a nightmare is an understatement compared to what we have right now. The fact that you can go out and the average consumer, right? Because the average consumer is not going to spend, unfortunately, because they really should, the $3,000 on a Daedalus. But they can go get like an Ender 3. God, those printers are terrible. But a Prusa Mini for $400, $450 to your door, and you're printing in 30 minutes. Honestly,
wait, a Prusa Mini's $400?
Yeah.
How did I miss
if you don't mind waiting 2 months for it.
Well, it was actually $350 from day one. You missed that out.
It was $350
from day
one.
Bitch.
But I will say, Joe, I was initially a little miffed about it. Like, as a consumer, I was miffed about it. As a business owner, I totally get it. There's no way they're making a ton of money on that machine. There's just no way.
Do you know how you slow down demand when you have a 10-week lead time?
Raise the price. Yeah. But they did add some newer stuff to it. They added the Super Pinda.
Yeah, which, I mean, if a probe worked, I mean, there were people that did. Well, there were people that had probe issues in the past.
Yeah.
But for the most part, like, when you go back to like the Pinda 2,
they were using the Minda, the one from like the Mark II, and I don't know why they chose to do that when they've got Pindas. I'm assuming they had a stock of Mindas that they couldn't get rid of, and that's how they decided to get rid of it. I don't know, but we've always joked that this podcast is sponsored by Prusa for all the times that we talk about them, and we never really talk about them in bad regards because, you know what? You got to wait 10 weeks to get one, but from my experience with the Mini, it's worth it. It's absolutely worth it. Now, if someone wanted to get a Daedalus, what's the lead time on a Daedalus?
2 weeks right now, but that's just because some of our suppliers in Canada shut down for a few weeks, but we actually just got
Damn Canadians.
we just got a supply of dies, so we should
Dies?
be back at Dies Design. You never heard of Dies Design?
I don't know who this is.
Oh,
Crap.
goodness.
What is it?
So they make high temp hot ends, very, very nice hot ends, very nice extruders, a lot of liquid cooled stuff, but they also make this is the Filament Sentinel, which
Okay.
it's pretty much a bulletproof filament sensor. It's not a monitor, which saddens me, but I couldn't get the Duet monitors to be reliable enough to put on a printer that I don't want people to have to fiddle with. So,
I know these guys. I've bought their tungsten nozzles before.
Yep. Yeah, they make some awesome stuff. They're super awesome. I set up next to them at EARF 2019, and it was a great experience just to sit there and talk to them. I think you're not gonna see a lot of them in the consumer market because they're just destroying it in the commercial market with their they have a pellet extruder,
the Pulsar,
that,
I'm looking at it,
that can be used upside down, or I believe it's at a high angle. It may not be directly upside down, but I mean upside down, like at crazy angles, because it uses a vacuum system that keeps it fed.
The one that I'm looking at has, like, it uses a freaking Archimedes screw to push everything through. It's got 3 zone heaters, and Thomas, these are not like little cartridges. These are big wound heaters around a long
This
barrel.
thing is about this long.
Okay, cool.
It's huge.
Yeah, it's huge.
But it's got the hose system has.
Oh yeah, there it is.
Have you ever seen the Part Daddy?
Yeah. They use a shop vac.
Yes. So think of that, except for not Home Depot.
This thing weighs 7 kilos. The extruder and hot end weighs 7 kilos.
Yeah. Think about putting that on a 5, 6, or 7 axis arm.
Yeah. 500 degrees centigrade max temperature. Available nozzle sizes, Thomas. 1 millimeter, 3 millimeter, 5 millimeter.
Yeah. So you hear 500C, right? You're like, oh, so it maxes out in the peaks and all the temps. But you got to realize pellets don't need the heat that filament does.
Yeah, they haven't been melted before.
Yeah, it hasn't been melted before. When you extrude PLA on an extrusion line, you're not extruding it at 200C. You're extruding it at like 160.
Yep, 160.
You put that on your printer. If you put that on your printer and be like, no, I want to print 60 millimeters a second at 160, your printer's gonna be like, nah, good luck with that.
Maybe with a Bondtech and really, really, really well-tuned gears, you might be able to do it.
The problem with that is back pressure. You're gonna deal with back pressure, and you can only print things out. So I've seen people blow out their rubies because they printed too low of a temperature on a Bondtech, and the Bondtech's like, I'm gonna give you force. Something's gonna break until I break, and it just pops out the ruby tip out of the ruby nozzles. Which
those are $90 nozzles, by the way, Thomas, for reference.
Yes,
has a they're worth about ruby at the end of it.
Yeah, and their use case is about that small.
I have to be nice. We know Olsen and those guys, and we are trying to get them on as guests.
they innovated where innovation was needed.
Yes,
for certain things. Just because you innovate doesn't make it a broad acceptance. There's a reason why you don't see ruby nozzles on every printer. Because
they're finicky.
Yeah, there's also nothing wrong with having small use case. It just means you have a really dialed in.
I remember when the Ruby came out, and everybody thought that it was going to be the next big thing.
And then all of a sudden, the pictures on Reddit of all the rubies with the tips that fell off, and everyone's like, "Whoa, pump the brakes!"
From what I understand, they did have a couple issues.
They did
in the beginning.
Yep,
but they're
way better now.
They fixed them. I haven't had an issue with mine, but I don't see I'm sure someone sees a benefit in it. I have yet. I don't have that use. I printed from as early as I could get a hardened steel nozzle. I've always used hardened steel nozzles, and all my Prusas have hardened steel nozzles. So everybody's like, "Oh, I want to go to a Nozzle X." I'm like, "I got hardened steel. I have a bag, like a big
Nozzle
bag."
X is hardened steel. It's just got a
It is.
Special.
It's a different
coating
material. It's a
BS
different
on it.
steel though. But
Yes,
I
it
mean,
is.
I have a large bag. I've probably got 600 hardened steel nozzles from E3D just in a bag.
Thomas, those are $40 a piece for reference. Although
no,
to the consumer,
they're 29.
back in the day when
Yeah.
they first came out, they were like 40,
Yeah.
$45.
A bag
know,
of
I-
money. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, you got to realize, like, if something clogs, I'm not going to do cold pulls.
Bingo.
I'm not going to do anything like that. I'm going to take my
Take it
nozzle off and throw it away.
And
Because-
and at that, we replace hot ends. I don't even bother with the nozzles. I will take the hot end off. I will set it off to the side when I'm running low on replacement hot ends. Then I'll go through and deal with the clogs. But we do it all at once.
So my problem is, like, I often get clogs on the Prusa.
It happens.
So the issue with the Prusa is they don't do, like, some of my Prusas I have now resorted to changing out the heater and thermistor to a premium heater and a standard E3D thermistor to where they can quickly disconnect at hot end and I don't rerun wire. So some of those ones I just pull the hot end off and I throw it in a bucket and I get to the bucket when I get to the bucket. But for the most part, I just chuck the nozzle in the garbage. And don't get me wrong, I appreciate how much a nozzle costs, a hardened steel nozzle costs and stuff like
You're
that.
a business. You cannot be bothered. It is more.
But
of
I
your
am not
time.
gonna be. Yeah, I'm not gonna be down for an hour because of a nozzle. I make
Right.
a lot more off of not doing that for an hour than the $29 I pay for, like, significantly less than that. For
Yeah,
the
when you buy
nozzle.
them in bulk, you pay less than that. I know.
Yeah. So
And Sanjay and those guys are always great about doing bulk orders. We've done a couple in the past. Like, I've got buckets of hot ends. Just some
Yeah.
of them are broken and shot. I have V4s, V3s in there still. I'd like to believe I have one of every E3D hot end that they've ever made. Although I don't have a Hermera, but you probably, do you know Brad? You know Brad, right?
which Brad?
Make a Wish Brad with Hope and
I know of him. I was just talking to
Okay.
him on Discord because he's having some issues with this.
I saw that. So he was texting me. So Brad lives 20 minutes from me. He came over yesterday. We were hanging out. I gave him some resin parts, but yeah, he's building a collection of Hermeras. He's got 4 of them now. It's awesome. They're really, really cool. He tried to give me one. He's like, I really wanted to thank you. I said, Brad, I cannot accept this for one very valid reason. It is because you are going to have a problem and you are just about to give away your spare parts. Do not do that. And
So
without fail, 2 weeks later, he needed those spare parts.
yeah, I am not quite the fan of the Homera. I quite despise it at this point in time.
Why?
That's very different than not just being a fan. It's like
I absolutely love E3D.
Mhm.
They are the darlings of 3D printing to me.
It's true.
Greg is awesome.
He is.
And he is, when he needs to put down somebody for being just a terrible person in the community, he does it in the most British way possible. And it makes my heart warm.
Are you seeing
was-
it on Twitter or where are you seeing it?
So when on YouTube, somebody was talking about how over-engineered the tool changer was,
Mm-hmm.
and he came in and he gave the most British FU to this person, and it was beautiful. It was like artwork, and yeah, it was great. But
you should get it printed and then you should have
I
it
should frame
framed
it.
on
Yeah.
like the tweet, the comment, like
put it up on the shop and be like, there you go.
I've
Like,
always wanted a
that's what we
tweet
should
that was
aspire-
good enough. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what we should aspire to.
Yeah, that.
But the Homera had the issues in the beginning. I had a handful of them. got burned. I had a bunch of the Titans in the past that were bad, got burned.
Bearing Gate, I know.
It was rough.
It was our only Titan arrow, or no, I guess we have 2 Titan arrows now. Both the Titan arrows that we had at the time suffered hardcore. One of them failed in the middle of a print, and it went from being normal to seized.
Yep.
I'm like, shit.
Yeah. So, I mean, they're going to get it right. I know they will. But right now, I have a Chimera on that printer right there.
What is that printer?
That is a Elite Machines. I don't know what he called it. The XL something. Couldn't tell you. I bought it. That's all I know.
Mm-hmm.
Elite Machine Works, the Ultimate XL.
Interesting.
And it's like a Prusa style, but with like 20 millimeter rods and 16 millimeter rods and high wind rails for the X.
You have my attention.
Yeah. He so I stumbled upon him because of the Makers on Tap podcast.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if you listen to it.
Yep.
But he was just a guy who was going after a higher end market just because he wanted to make something cool, and he made something cool. And I found him, started talking to him, tried to help him out getting some supplier stuff, but he had most of it established at that point. And then when he uses a belted Z, which I mean, it works actually very well. The way he does it on this one works out very well. Mm-hmm. But he wasn't going to go to Earth. It was right before Earth we started talking. And I was like, dude, if you can meet me in Indianapolis, he lived down in right south of Memphis.
Okay.
If you can meet me in Indianapolis, that's where I start heading over to Maryland. Said, if you can meet me there, you could jump in my car, load your stuff in my trailer, and we'll ride. We've never met. We talked maybe 10, 15 times.
That's why I love this community.
And we just...
You're willing to give up every ounce of security for some dude you've never met who could be wanting to kill you.
Yeah. So
we're all makers. Yeah. We're in this together.
We loaded up, went over to Earth. I gave him part of my booth because booths had sold out by that point. And I was like, well, he needs to get his foot in the door, him and then he made it. It works pretty well. There's some things that I don't like about it, but they were choices he made. I mean, like, it is what it is.
For all the people out there that are listening and watching that don't know what VERF and ERF and all those mean, can you explain those to everybody?
So MERF was the original.
Yeah.
And it started in Goshen, Indiana years ago. And started in a garage, and Prusa showed up to the first one.
Yep.
Are you serious?
Yes.
Prusa showed up to the garage convention.
Yeah,
Midwest Rap Fest to give you.
There wasn't very it's Midwest Rap Fest, and a lot of people wanted to get moved because it's still in Goshen, Indiana, which has like 4 hotels, and we sell them all out every year.
Every year.
It's got like a handful of chain restaurants that get packed, and every year everybody's like, there's a small group of people that go, oh, well, why don't we move it to like Chicago or something like that? Because if it got moved to Chicago, the hardcores would come, but then we get a lot of non-hardcores. And when you go to Murph, you want to be around the hardcores. Like, this is like super nerd, like
I have never gone. And
you are missing out.
I know.
Yeah,
and
Grant, you're like the biggest nerd here. Like, I'm surprised
I'm not
you
the
haven't
biggest
been.
nerd for this in the room. I do not make my own 3D printers. And
not the biggest, but the amount that you know would lead me to believe that if you went there, you might have a heart attack being surrounded by everything.
I'm going to be starstruck by the people that are going to be there, because these are all, for me, the heroes that I've, because I started in 2008. I was 18 at the time. Okay, so I am just graduating high school, just hearing about rep rap on Hackaday. I'm like, what the actual hell is rep rap? I was big into electric vehicles, hybrids, and hydrogen powered vehicles back then. I had built one when I was in high school. We got well over 100 miles to the gallon. That was with John Winchester. Thomas, I know we were talking about him in the previous episode, to bring that all together of how that happened. And, we were building everything traditionally, going out to the metal stores, buying metal scraps and putting them together. And all of a sudden this thing called 3D printing comes out and we're like, oh, cool. 2 weeks later, I graduated. And so I never really got to do much of it. And I followed heavily. I started building my own machines, but I was in college. And then as soon as I started my master's degree, I looked into building businesses instead. So I got into running businesses. And well, as I'm sure Joe understands, going away from a business, you are literally betting on the fact that you can make more money to wherever you're going than what you're going to lose by not being there. And those were never bets that I could take as a service bureau, because going to these conventions, everybody there has 3D printers. They're not my customers. I would be going there for continuing education and that kind of thing. So it was more of a vacation for me than anything else. And I was not in a position to take vacations. So that's why I've never been.
You can count it as business because like Friday, the last year we actually had it.
Yeah.
19. Friday, we had as many people walk in the door Friday night as we had walk in, which was only supposed to be like a hangout for the people showing, was Friday night. And we had as many people walk in the door that night as we did the Saturday the year before.
Wow.
But the people you meet there, like the guys from Duet and E3D's got a whole team there. And granted, like Murph is cool because it's all hanging out there. Earth was pretty cool just because we went out to bars and drank a lot with like never getting a drinking contest with Georgia because like from E3D. She walked in, from what I understand, like she walked in and started with tequila. And like and
she's
this was
down
right
to party.
Yeah. Well, she was so funny. But yeah, we had some fun. And it's just it's getting around people that know what they're talking about, and you're not having to teach somebody something. It's kind of relaxation after the event, like at night. And you got to meet people that you wouldn't meet really anywhere else. But yeah, I mean, Murph and Earth, if you are into it, like, and you feel like you want to get deeper into the community and stuff like that, Murph and Earth are very cool places to go.
They are.
Murph is in Goshen at the fairgrounds, and then Earth is at a university, I believe, or it's a large school in Maryland.
Yeah, it's by Printed Solid. Brad went there this year.
In Bel Air, Maryland, yeah.
See, what happened for me is I started pushing more into the professional industry, right? Getting into full color sandstone and seeing where that was going to take me. So I kind of ignored the maker community, and I feel like an asshole for it because now I'm back. Because the professional industry, unless you are at the level of GE, you can't really compete with them. And it didn't make sense.
It all depends.
Right.
Right now you have to pretty much just get your little slice and be happy with it.
Oh yeah.
And that's how industry always is. But the maker community has changed quite a bit. I worry sometimes about the maker community. I love the maker community. That's where I started. It's where I'll always be. That's where I got into this because I wanted to make something awesome that it seemed like everybody else refused to make.
Yep.
And then so it was to give the makers something awesome that they couldn't get.
Right.
And then the thing I worry about now is the race to the bottom on pricing.
Oh my God, I'm glad I'm not the only one that's pissed off about this.
And like I said earlier, I when you and I were talking, I know Tim from TH3D, and the amount of support tickets he gets, like when we were big into the Railcores, we were matching each other in revenue month to month.
Mm-hmm.
And the amount of support tickets he would get were easily 10 to 50 fold what we would get.
And for those that don't know, TH3D, they make the Easy ABL bed leveling kit, and it's extremely popular on like Ender 3s, CR10s. So you're talking printers that are $400 or less that don't come with this stuff stock. This was a popular upgrade, and it's not a cheap upgrade, I don't think.
No, it's about a $60 high. You'd be surprised the people who actually use these probes.
They're great.
We use the probes. Yeah, we use the probes in the Daedalus. There are some other major.
Bucks.
Yeah, there's some other major companies that do use these probes. They just don't promote them, and it's because they're a capacitive probe, so you can use any surface. And we've had great success with them personally, but that's why we chose to go with them on our new printers. But yeah, I mean, but he does cater to like the Creality crowd, artillery. They did some stuff for artillery and stuff like that. Like he makes parts.
If they're not made in America, if they're made in China, he will generally cater to that community.
And like he has flex plates that work on pretty much everybody's printers, of course. Like he does have some really nice flex plates for the off the wall printers and stuff like that. But yeah, I mean, like he would get support tickets for parts that were like $10, $20, $30 in orders, and he would get a support ticket for it, which is fine. Like if you need to take care of something, take care of something. But normally that support ticket was somebody that wasn't sure what they were doing. And it was just because they were a beginner, which is great. Ask questions. Absolutely. And the person who's going to buy an Ender 3, there's going to be two types of people. Somebody who thinks that they can get high quality out of an Ender 3 over a long period of time. And at that point, you're kind of lying to yourself. You can get high quality, don't get me wrong, but you have to put in the work. And then there's the next person is going to be a new person who's going to ask 1,000 questions, which is fine. Ask questions. But he's going to get a support ticket for that. When we would sell a $2,000, $2,500 Railcore kit, something that they had to build from the ground up, and we would get like maybe 5 to 10 support tickets in a month, where he would get 100 support tickets in a month.
Burns his time.
Yeah. So he has people on staff specifically tailored to support tickets, and it's just how it works. And pretty much the more money somebody's willing to spend, they normally put more thought into it, and they kind of know what they're getting into. And then some people were like, oh, I'm going to go for the cheapest thing, not because I don't have the money, or not because I'm just trying this out, but because, well, I can buy 10 of these for the price of this, but really I'm only going to buy one, and then I'm going to complain because it doesn't work like this $100 thing. And then those are the people that just, they make you want to quit. But that's just how, and that's like one of the biggest problems with like the dropping, and everybody's like, we would sell the Railcore, and someone's like, well, I can get 4 Ender 3s for that, or I can get 5 Ender 3s for that. It's like, but you can't do with an Ender 3.
Anytime someone says that, I said, okay, do it. See ya.
Yeah.
Have fun. You know, and they're like, well, I could buy my own 3D printer for that price. Okay, do it, please.
Yeah.
And you know what? We'll even tell you what printer to buy, because when you inevitably find out that you can't handle it, I'll be happy to buy that printer from you at pennies on the dollar.
Yep. But yeah, I mean, like, I'm always happy to help somebody learn and stuff like that. But when we controlled who was buying Railcores, like, sadly, we started working with resellers, which that's a mess. You can't really control who buys it. We were able to somewhat gatekeep Railcores, which sounds bad, but worked out very well, because
you wanted to make sure that the people weren't going to be just, random people that have never used a 3D printer. They needed to be people that knew what the hell they were doing. And, it'd be like, sorry, Thomas, I'm going to throw you under the bus here. It'd be like Thomas getting a printer like that, and he'd be like, what the hell? I don't know what the hell this thing does. Help me.
I want to plug and play, baby. That's what if
you
I'm
want
starting
the Apple
to print,
of 3D printers,
I want
and
to,
guess what? It doesn't exist.
I want to press a button, Grant.
Yeah. So I actually had a guy.
I'm gonna have that button that just opens up 3D Musketeers on your computer. Okay, that's all I'm gonna do.
Yeah, we had a guy. He reached out to me. He's like, "Hey, can I call you? Is there a phone number we can call you?" And I said, "Absolutely." So he called me. He was telling me about how this was going to be his first 3D printer. He wants to just get into it. He was retiring and all this other stuff. He wanted to play with something, and I was like, "All right, well, I'm not going to sell you a Railcore. That's just how it's going to go." I said, "Where are you located?" And he told me where he was, and he was down the road from Micro Center in Chicago, one of the Chicago Micro Centers. And I said, "I'm about an hour away. I will meet you at that Micro Center, and I will point a printer out to you that is going to work for you." And I went up there and I sold him a Lulzbot Mini because it was a bulletproof printer.
They are.
Granted, this is an old Mini.
Yeah, no screen and all that, right?
From the OG Lulzbot, yeah.
The Colorado one, the one where I oddly pissed off the CEO, and I still don't know why.
Don't worry. Everybody hated that CEO, so don't worry. But the employees were awesome. So I sold so many Prusas when we were selling Railcores. I sold so many Lulzbot Minis because when somebody came to me and they said, "Well, this is my experience," I'm going to say, "I'm not selling you this because yes, I'm going to make this much money off of you, but I'm going to spend this much money's worth of time getting you to push print."
We have a whole episode in our podcast about this, about what printer should you buy. And it all comes down to one, how much time you have, how much you value that time, and how much you want to spend. And if all of those three, once you can dial and say, all right, I don't want to spend a ton of time, but I have $1,000. Great, go get a pre-built Prusa. I've got $1,000, but I would love to learn how it works. Great, go get a Prusa kit. I have $500. I don't really know. Go get a Prusa Mini. Wait 10 weeks. Sorry. I have $200. Then you need to save more money.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I agree with you, Joe. This whole, and Thomas will, I know you're going to agree with this. This suicidal race to the bottom that we have seen in this industry is honestly, it's sickening to me because what's happened is we're getting all these newbies coming in, and I love newbies, right? They're great. Amazing ways for us as a company to pick up people that really want to learn about this industry, but don't necessarily have the means to do so, right? So we get people that are moldable. We can build them in the way that we like, that will make them great employees for us. And then they get huge amounts of experience and, of course, money out of the deal. But what this has now caused is everybody and their mother wants a 3D printer. They all end up with shitty experiences. Then they look at companies like 3D Musketeers, like Project Red, and they're like, you must be like Creality.
Yeah.
And that upsets me because these people said, oh, I just want the cheapest printer. They go to Amazon. They're used to finding the cheapest thing they can find because it's Amazon. It's what's ingrained in our head. They can get it prime shipped because that's what they want. They don't want to wait 2 weeks for a Daedalus, 3 or 4 weeks for a Prusa. I think, honestly, Fusion 3 is running like 2-day lead times at this point, which is kind of ridiculous. And I'm happy for them. Or another machine. What?
Yeah, I mean, it's just... the race to the bottom has really hurt a lot of things.
It has.
I don't know if you want to watch Brook Drum. I love Brook Drum.
Love him.
I hope the best for him.
Yes.
Don't get me wrong. I know he's got a lot of hands in a lot of things right now because he's doing like electric motors and stuff like that. But he's trying to spit back up PrinterBot. But
it just feels like he's doing everything he can to stay alive. And I feel for him. I do.
Well, I think the electric motor thing is what's going to be successful. I think PrinterBot could come around and be something again, because he's got Polar Bill, I think his name was, from Polar 3D working with him.
Oh yes, that's right. That's right.
But with his talk at Earth 2018, where he was just, it was right before they closed their doors, and he had a rebranded some cheap printer from China sitting on the table, because, and he was pretty much just trying to prove a point from what I understand. And it was just a talk about how at the race to the bottom, you guys say you love printer bot, but you will choose this $300 printer rather than our $600 printer that's made in the US and has support and has all these things, but because it's $300 and ours is $600, you choose otherwise. And like, that broke my heart. And the day I saw their site go down, it broke my heart.
Yep. And it's unfortunate. I mean, literally, we're in 2021 now. We saw this happen with so many companies just because of COVID and having to shut down. And no one had contingencies for this. 95% of our business here at 3D Musketeers went into hiding. I
did fine.
Yeah, you can go to hell. Okay. Your industries.
The only reason I did fine though was because we never took $1 out in
I didn't either.
Financing. But
all cash, baby.
But the whole thing is, you're a service bureau, and I sold printers to people who were printing things. But my problem is I had to pretty much close my business down for like, the only thing we did was we made printers for our we made printers
business certification.
Well, we made printers for our resellers, and that was it. And the reason why is because I come from the emergency medical background. I still hold all those certifications. I still contract with large entities. Let's put it that way. So
I like it.
When things happened,
we know all about large entities.
I got called up, and I was working in the medical field for all that time. And all of our printers had to sit idle because I do hold a medical cert. If I were to print something like PPE in the state of Indiana, I do not have the luxury of Good Samaritan laws, because I do hold that certification.
Yep.
I have a duty to act, and the moment you have that, you are not covered by Good Samaritan if you are doing something in the medical field, providing PPE. That is correct. If somebody got sick, I was liable. So we had printers sitting idle, and it was terrible because we couldn't print PPE. We couldn't do any of that because legally I couldn't touch it.
It'd be a nightmare.
Because I would be sued into the ground.
And let me guess, some makers didn't take very kindly to that because Project Red's not helping.
Yeah, well, there was a lot of, I just stayed silent. But yeah, I got some shade from I got some shade from some people, but it's like, I don't think you understand. I mean, I was working like 18-hour days that entire time, working in the medical field.
what can you talk about your medical background at all?
Firefighter, medic, and disaster tech for the American Red Cross. I was a disaster tech for another company that would go out. So I went to things like Hurricane Sandy. I was at Hurricane Sandy the day it hit ground. I was there hiding in my ambulance. We drove out there the 2 days before. I was in Alabama during the floods. Was it 2011? I was at Joplin during the tornado. I've done a lot of,
So you've been in the shit not just as a business owner, but as a man, right? As a civil servant.
Yes. And then I worked in ERs. I was a medic in Gary, Indiana. Once known as the murder capital of the world.
Yep.
Did that for a while, and I still do some contract work just on the side, just for funsies. Where I'm contracted to one of the largest power companies and I coordinate their medical response to disasters. Like when
That's
they
cool.
blow up a bunch of houses on the East Coast from a pipeline burst, stuff like that.
Interesting.
I had to coordinate that response.
How did you move from medical to making?
That's what I'm curious about.
So I wanted to be, I always felt like everybody should do something that bettered their community, even if it's just for a short period of time. Personally, I like the thought of like required service, but not specifically military stuff. Like
not conscription or whatever it
is.
is.
I'm thinking like you should have to do something like EMS, or granted, not everybody is meant for EMS, but there's so many things like you should have to like.
I Fizo Vago sometimes, and it's kind of fun.
Yeah, but I mean, like, do things in like help libraries, or help do something. Spend like 4 years where your job
give
is
a shit
helping
about your community.
Yeah. So I knew I wanted to. That's something I knew I could do. I went and did that, and then I got into the fire service, and once you walk into a house on fire, you kind of fall in love with it.
My dad was a volunteer firefighter for many years, and then identical twins happened, and then he stopped being a firefighter.
Yeah.
In Slippery Rock, Pennsylvania.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah. My dad went to college and never left, so he worked at Slippery Rock out there, and he was also a firefighter, or volunteer firefighter at that. And I grew up listening to those stories of how it was both some of the most rewarding times of his life, but also the times that he looks back on and says, what the actual hell was I thinking?
Oh yeah. Well, I mean,
like,
there's,
I would run into a burning building like it was no big freaking deal. He said there were multiple times I came out and I was on fire.
Yeah.
And they're like telling me to turn around so they can blast me with the hose. And I'm thinking they just want to blast me with the hose. I don't realize I'm on fire.
Yeah. I mean, there were several times I ended up in the ER from stupid things. And I mean, you kind of live your life differently when you're in those situations.
Yep.
I don't have kids. I have dogs. I don't need that responsibility.
We have our mascot. Thomas can draw the dogs. Just letting you know, Thomas did this, and it's pretty great.
So yeah, I mean, like, and then, but I was always into technology at the same time. I was that guy on the ambulance that had Google glasses. From like, I was a beta tester of Google glasses. Well, Google Glass. I mean, like, I always had like the newest phone. I always had, but like, when I got out of high school in 2009 and a half, I graduated half a year early. So I actually walked out.
We're the same age then.
29. I just turned 29.
Shit, I'm older than you. Damn it.
You're middle-aged.
I'll be 31 in 2 weeks. January 15th is my birthday. Dude, what the hell? All of you are, Bruce is more successful than me. You're more, man, screw you guys. I have tried so damn hard. I clearly went into the wrong way. I remember speaking with Prusa with Joe back in the day when we were all building our own machines. Like, I want to build a company where I'm going to build machines. I'm like, dude, that is going to be a bad decision. Yep. I decided service was better, and look how far it got me.
You're having a good time, Grant. You're having a good time.
But
you're doing good stuff.
I also don't have a tattoo of the open source hardware thing on my arm, and I've got 18 3D printers on a wall that my office is currently 89 degrees Fahrenheit because I have to keep it dry.
Yeah. Well, I'll always remember one thing Joseph Prusa said to me, and it was when we were 3 months behind on orders for the Railcore, just because we got slammed. Joel Telling did a video of the Railcore, and it, like, we went from being like, oh, we ship same day, to, oh my goodness, we did a month's worth. We went from we sold a month's worth of orders every day for 6 weeks.
So Joel
Oh
Telling
my
is the cash cow. That explains why you gave away a Daedalus.
Yeah, and so yeah, in the Christmas holiday giveaway
Yeah.
thing.
Dude, we tried to get in on it. I never got contacted. I reached out to Joel multiple times on Twitter. Nothing.
Yeah.
Okay. I see how it is.
He bought our first like official release Daedalus.
Yep.
Granted, we had a bunch of like we had like 12 in the wild before then because of betas and stuff. But one day I was talking to Producer, and it was at Murph. I ran into him, and we were talking about stuff, and I said, "Yeah, I kind of just got to slow some orders down. We got to catch up." And he's like, "You're stupid." I just left it at that. What? And I was like, "All right, okay, I'm not gonna slow orders down." Joseph Prusa called me stupid. But
the
yeah,
fact that Prusa even answers his phone for people these days is a bit of a miracle to me. When we were working with Brad and Make-A-Wish to grant his wish about all this 3D printing stuff, he really wanted a mini. And man, I went to everybody that I knew, and no one could get Joe on the phone. Because we're like, look, if we could just get Joe on the phone, we can get him a mini. Like, we can get Brad a mini like that. We can snap our fingers and have one here the next day. Nobody could get him on the phone. So, you know, to say that he shows up to these meetings, which I know that he does, these big events.
He did get one, though, right?
Brad, well, okay, the mini that Brad has, it actually doesn't belong to him. It belongs to his aunt. She bought it for her school. He really liked it, so that's his now. He bought another one that's going to be hers, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay.
So he was basically playing with the mini while school was out. That's how that
I
went.
gotcha.
And he fell in love with it. And that was my first interaction with the mini was at Brad's house when I dropped off the stickers that you see on his most recent Twitter post.
Yeah, I just saw it.
Yeah. The one with the cat in the hat, he just got that. Like, he picked that up yesterday for me.
Oh, by the way, if you want to check your Discord really quick, I sent you a direct message with a link. You may want to open that for yourself.
Do I want to show people?
Well, you know how you asked me where I saw that photo? I found it again. Of your printer.
All right, I'm going to wait for it to open, but okay. I'm confused as to where this is, but so for those that weren't around when we weren't recording, Joe said that he found a picture of me with one of our machines, and for some reason,
it's just your unit.
It's not loading.
So
oddly,
the way,
I'll look at it later.
Like the biggest thing for like a lot of people have asked like how we got to where we are. I pestered a lot of people, let's put it that way, to get answers to things. So like you're like, it's hard to get to talk to people. You're like, well, I know I can get this done if I can talk to this certain person, which that's just how every industry is. Well, I would just bug people until they finally answered my questions. Like that's how I got like ends with certain things. That's how I got suppliers for certain things, because I just kept bugging them.
So
until they said yes.
I'm looking at the photo, and it is clearly from our Google page that I didn't realize was on there. Guess what that is?
What's that?
What was just printed?
One second, I gotta go back to it.
You'll never get it, but I'm curious to see what you think it is. And what
like
I'll do is, you know what?
Is it a wind turbine blade? No,
it's not.
Yeah.
I can share my screen. Let me see if I have. Do I have a 3-piece? I do have a 3-piece screen share.
Oh, and that injection molder you talked about getting that one time.
Yeah,
and I listened to your first podcast.
I sold that thing for more than I paid. I was going to screen share, but I don't want to mess up all the orders and stuff, so I will include the link to this photo. That is a leading edge for a wingsuit.
Oh, okay.
And that part enabled Tony Suits, which is located in Zephyr Hills, Florida, which is 20 minutes from us, to beat the world speed record for the fastest level flight in a wingsuit.
So it would go across their arm?
Yeah. So it fit on the front edge of your arm. I don't remember if that was the mold. No, okay, that was the master. So we first did a master, and then we cast it for them out of silicone and some other hardener stuff. They could not get it to work. So they finally said, make us a hard mold. I'm like, that was not part of the deal. They threatened to charge back, so I just did it. Still made enough money, didn't really care. And that was the master. We ended up actually making the real mold for it that you could just pour 2-part foam into. But yes, that is the big ass D-Bot, the 16 by 16 by 31 with its red, white, and blue America straps to hold it from shaking like Michael J. Fox.
So here, this is the mistake literally every single person makes when they build. They're like, I'm gonna build myself a printer.
Yeah.
The first thing they say is, if I can build this 300 by 300 millimeter printer.
Here, Thomas, I'll put it in the chat for you.
I can also get extrusion that's a meter long. Why not build a meter by a meter printer? You know who else did that?
I feel personally attacked right now because
every single
that is how this happened.
Every single there was a printer announced at Earth, which I gotta say of every single 3D printer that was announced at Earth, the only one that shipped in 2020 was ours, which bugs the crap out of me. But
yeah, like we were looking to build a 16-inch cube. The goal was a 400 millimeter cube.
And you said for only $60, I went bigger.
It was $65 in extra parts. Okay, so 65. What a mistake. Yeah, what a mistake that was.
So the moment you go over about 300 millimeters cubed, I mean, the height is easy, but once you go over about 300 millimeters in X and Y, your price quickly, it doesn't grow linearly.
It's exponential growth.
It's exponential. So
parabolic even.
We have our 16 by 16 printer, and it's going to cost like our guesstimated cost or sale like price.
These are not real quotes. Do not reference this podcast when he puts it out for sale.
It's going to be over. It's going to be over $6,000.
Yeah,
and it's only adding 4 inches in X and Y.
Hey, I would pay an extra few grand for an extra 4 inches if you catch my drift. All right.
But the reason why is because our Daedalus, the span for the X rail and also the span for the Y rail on the Railcore. The moment you go over those lengths, the sag in the middle of that rail is more than you can really get by with. Also, the bed. The moment you go over the size bed we use, you can no longer use 1/4 inch. You have to go up to something more like almost 1/2 inch.
We used 1/4 inch mix 6, and with the BL Touch, I know it's not the greatest, but we saw less than 2/1000ths of an inch variance when it was heated, and it's got a 750 watt heater on it. But I will say, you see, the Daedalus I like about it, and if you guys haven't seen it, what the hell, go to the website now and look at the damn Daedalus. Unless you're driving, then just set a reminder. Okay, okay, Google, set a reminder to look at the Daedalus printer later tonight. See, I did it for you. You're welcome. And if you're an Apple user, I don't care. But for ours, we used a 2040 rail. You just have the MGN12 going across it, right?
That's what the way the Railcore was. The Daedalus has.
Is it a 2020?
Nope. A crossbar milled out of Mike 6.
That's sexy. That is mildly sexual. The editor that we don't have, I need to blur that out, please. That's gorgeous.
Yeah,
dude, that's got to be a ton of money in milling.
Yeah.
Why don't you? Okay, so I've seen Brad's and worked on Brad's tool changer. Why mix 6, which is a milled aluminum, over carbon fiber?
Actually, Oh, the reason why the E3D doesn't do carbon fiber is the same reason why we don't do carbon fiber. Carbon fiber
Still flexes.
was not, yeah, and like they weren't able to get there. So you want to stick with similar thermal expansions.
Oh, that's right. Yep, that'll bite you in the ass, won't it?
Yeah. So that one was actually 6061. Our first few had 6061 crossbars. This one's mic 6. So the reason why we did mic 6 and we switched to mic 6 was 6061. Once it bows, you're done. It's pretty much going to stay there.
It's inelastic expansion.
Mic 6, on the other hand, will bounce back better.
But you're screwing a steel rail into it. So do you have any galvanic corrosion issues?
No.
Okay.
Do you honestly think that you are going to do you honestly think that those rails are straight?
Are you using real high winds?
Do you know what high wind's trash?
And yet they're so expensive. We did not buy high wind rails. We did convert ours to rails, but buy high wind.
High wind is the reality. Well, it's more of the A-net of high-end rails.
But they're charging 3D Systems prices, okay?
Not really.
$300 for a 400 millimeter rail? Are you kidding me?
So depending on the size of the rail, you can get high winds for right around the $60 to $70 for a rail.
Our machine. High wind quoted me $900 for 3 rails for our D-bot.
Oh, that's not that big of a deal. When you get up into like some of the higher end stuff, you're looking at like several thousand a rail.
Oh yeah.
So that's why I said like it is better than like no name rails. Don't get me wrong, but any rail manufacturer that's going to give you a spec sheet, it's going to give you support. First thing they're going to say is it's got to be mounted to something and indicated off of, like that. It can indicate off of. You can't have it like on the Railcore, the span. All of them would crap a brick for the way that was. Just mainly because like they know those rails are not flat. It's just they're not. So you have to have something. So like when you set a rail down on these, we set these down on granite. These are flat. When you set a rail on top of it, you can see the rail bow.
The fact that you use granite and any old school machinists out there, I really wish Tad was here for this, because Tad would have just been aroused by when you said, oh, we set them on granite, because granite is known to be, when I say flat and you think flat, granite is flat.
Yeah, so we really build our frames on granite surface. And we don't use tool room. We use inspection grade granite plates.
Hell yeah.
That our frames are built on.
Baby.
We actually got a Starrett that is 5 foot wide by 4 foot deep.
A foot and a half or 2 thick. Yeah.
Yeah. And to get that move, it was used by a local shop. They're like, we got a new one. I was like, why? And they're like, because we had money left over that we needed to spend. And I was like, okay, I'll take it.
Did it have any chips in it?
Nothing. It was beautiful.
How much did you pay? I'm curious.
$600.
You son of a bitch.
That thing was easily
It cost you more to move that. It cost you more to move that. $600. You couldn't get a countertop made for $600 that was that big.
Yeah. So
my buddy's got Starrett plates that are that big, and I always laugh because he has a home theater, and his main sub is a isobaric, so it's a pair of 18-inch subs, and they move like this. Instead of them going like this, they move. Of course, audio only is not going to help. When one goes in, the other comes out. It's called isobaric. He has a Starrett plate on top of it. He has a 8.5-inch thick, like, oh god, this plate's got to be 24 by 36 inch plate on top of it as a counterweight to keep the thing from moving. I'm like, Steve, that piece of granite on top of your subwoofer is worth more than the subwoofer. Well, it's too small for my use. I'm like, geez, size queen over here. He's got some big plates, but he has CNC machines that measure their cut dimensions in feet, not in inches, because it'd be way too high in inches. But I mean, God, I love anytime someone starts talking about metrology and truly measuring things and understanding what flat means and tram, not just level, but tram. It gets my gears turning as a business guy. I'm an engineer at heart, but 2 business degrees here, because this is someone that clearly got the give a damn training. And look, I didn't build any of those purses on a granite stone because I just don't have any that are big enough. I've got small ones that are chips from Steve's big plate that he accidentally dropped. That it's like, it's junk to me. I'm like, can I have a small piece that I can use? He's like, yeah, it'll be perfectly flat. I'm like, great, I'll take it. We use that when we're doing sanding. So I will stick a piece of sandpaper to it, and that way I know I am sanding perfectly flat. But most 3D printers, you can be plus or minus a little bit. But when on your website, you guys claim some really, really stupid precision. Is it? I thought I saw 1,000th of a 1,000th of a millimeter. 0.001 millimeters, 1 micron repeatability.
Well, that's our bed, so we can get our bed down to that deviation across it. So we're able to get our bed down to that, and we were able to do that with like the Railcores as well, because we do proper tramming. But I mean, like I think my last tram was 0.002.
Not acceptable. Unacceptable.
Anything under 3, I'm happy with.
I don't know if our listeners and watchers can understand what 3,000ths of a mil. Let me see if I can even get my caliper to read that low. And of course, I actually no, I can't, because it is a generic Harbor Freight caliper, which means I can't. I've got micrometers, but they're in the garage, so I cannot get them. But I do have really, really nice Mitutoyo calipers that I can show, or micrometers that I can show what 3,000ths of a millimeter is. But if you are trying to get an idea of what 3,000ths of a millimeter is, a human hair is roughly 100 microns. Joe is saying 3 microns. So 1/33 the thickness of a human hair. The definition of holy shit.
But that allows us to do stupid things. Like, so I posted this on Twitter, and just to kind of make fun of another company, because they printed with their $4,000 printer, and like this chain that's right here didn't look like chain.
Did you reply to them on Twitter?
No, I posted it and I said, for the lulz.
Oh, well, I know who you're talking about.
And I was like, here's this. This is printed at 100 millimeters a second on the walls. Like, yeah. And then like, this is 0.2. Yeah, and this is 0.1 at 100 millimeters a second on the walls. And like, you can't see the layer lines.
And it's funny to me because we have tried to run our lulzbot at that kind of speed.
No,
you can't, because they don't use ball bearings. And Thomas, this is weird, right? Most 3D printers use ball bearings. Lulzbot decided bearings, those have only been good for a few decades. We don't need to use those. We're going to use this new thing called iGoose. It's Drylin. Like Delrin, but dry, maybe. I don't know. It's a self-lubricating plastic that needs incredible amounts of tolerance for it to actually work.
That's Lulzbot, right?
Yeah, Lulzbot does this.
Yeah. Yeah. Well,
Like,
here's a
here. I'm going to show you something. I don't normally get up and walk around in these podcasts, but I'm wearing pants in this one, so I can do this.
Oh, we were supposed to wear pants?
Oh, shit. I didn't even think about that.
It's 90 degrees in my office. Cut me some slack. You'll be able to see this from here.
Yeah, so...
Yeah, it moves because of all the tolerance, and that means if you try to... God, my back hurts. If you try to print anything large in it, it looks like dog turd. It's terrible.
And it's $4,000.
No, that printer's $2,500.
That printer doesn't exist anymore. It's $3,000. It's $3,000 for the workhorse, $4,000 for the Pro with the single extruder, and $5,000 for the dual. And my friend that has one of the Pros, when he was taking it apart, he said, "I wish they would have just designed this like they weren't an a-hole." And I was like, "That sounds like them." But
and don't get me wrong, when we bought that machine, the rest of our printers were like Wanhao duplicator i3s. That serial number is 005 or 006. It is right there. And yes, it had the PID problem on the bed. It was running bang bang instead of PID. It had all those other problems, but it blew everything else out of the water that we had at the time.
For its time, yes. It was the sixes. I used the 6. They were great for their time. So the one problem with the IGUS is if you talk to IGUS, they will say do not run these unless they are pressed into something hard like metal. And what do? They put it in plastic. And then IGUS is like, all right, we'll make IGUS bushings and we'll encase them for you. You know who doesn't buy them? Like they have them now that are encased in metal themselves.
Do they really?
That's a metal sleeve over it. Yes, because they say that these are not. They do not fit the size that they're meant for without being pressed. They're meant to be pressed.
That way they're squished a little bit and they hold their tolerance. Yeah.
But then there was another issue.
Well, it's about like, nah, fam, we've been doing this. We know what we're doing.
We actually use the same heater company that they used to use. So on the original Test 6s.
The hexagons?
The heater, the bed heater. Northern Plastic heater from Canada. What they use, and there's a reason why we're able to sustain heats inside of our machine and heat up we're using 24 volt beds on these.
You're not using 110 volts.
No, we don't need to.
We have 110 volt on our D-bot.
Here's an issue. If you have a flare camera, even the one that you can plug into your phone or whatever, and like
I do not, but I wish I did.
If you look at a wire wound heater, there are cold spots and there are hot spots.
Yep.
So it's not consistent heat. These heaters are a copper foil design. So every heater is made the exact same way. There's not somebody winding wire like on a Canovo. So it's consistent heat edge to edge. And we know what every inch is going to be on that heater.
Well, and the other trick is you put a big 1/4 inch thick aluminum plate on it. Even if you have cold spots, they all work out to be roughly the same.
Well, there's another thing. When I first talked to these guys back on our old, like we had before the Railcore, we did have a short run of printers called the D series, it was the Daedalus series of printers. And we used their heaters then. And when I first contacted him, he said, we will not sell these to you if you're putting them on glass. Because we currently have somebody that does put it on glass and they complain because the adhesive may not look the prettiest and they're not having great heat conduction. It's on glass.
Yeah. Yeah. No, that's ridiculous.
That company that did that,
of course.
That company that did that is sitting right above your head. Yep.
Then they dropped
them, that heater company, and during the whole changeover, and now they're using some cheap wire wound.
I'll say
So.
Brad so he went and visited Printed Solid for what became Burf instead of Earth this year.
Yeah.
And he Printed Solid has their own mag plate for the Taz. He brought one back for me, which was like the sweetest thing. He owes me nothing, right? We are here to help him make awesome. And he brought one back. I'm like, Brad, this is so sweet. And he's like, can you install it? I'm like, I don't know, because I have to remove the PEI sheet that's already on that machine, and it hasn't started to bubble all that much. And
flip it.
You can't flip it. The heater's stuck to the glass.
Oh yeah, I forgot.
I can't.
It was on the later ones that they did the
modular heat bed. Yeah, I don't have that.
I have heaters if you want one. I have about 400 of them sitting in a box.
I don't want to peel the PEI off and
just
then
get
find
a different
out.
sheet of glass.
Oh yeah, I guess I could do that.
Or get a sheet of metal, which would be the right thing to do. But hey, when they're manufacturers, they do what they want.
Okay, so then there's the other side of me. It's like I have maybe 15, 20 kilos of 3 mil left, and I really only ever run the Morstruder on that because who doesn't love 1 millimeter thick layers? It's just comical to watch it, and especially newbies that have never seen, a nozzle that's 1.2 millimeters in diameter just laying down the thick layers. That's the only reason I keep that machine. Does not run unless we're like at a convention or something like that. Or the last time it really ran hard, we did PPE. That was the other thing.
So it's always funny to see people that are like, I use a big nozzle because I can print faster.
You cannot print faster.
You can. Well, the print finishes quicker. You don't print faster, the print finishes quicker.
Mm-hmm.
So this part that's getting printed there took 70 hours on a Prusa with a 0.6 nozzle. And we've printed several of them now with a 0.4 nozzle on the Daedalus. Takes 20 hours.
0.4, you said?
Yeah.
And that's because you're able to hit such high speed. So let's talk about the Daedalus and why it can print so fast.
So, high speeds, walls are at 100, infill is 150.
Oh, that's actually not that fast.
At that speed, you cannot print PETG at PETG temperatures.
No, yeah, you have to turn it up.
Yeah, it's at 270 right now.
We do on the Fusion 3 like 165 to 175 for PET, and we're running like 280, 285 to get that.
But at that speed, we're getting like this is at 100 millimeters a second.
Dude, that's
can you do that?
No.
That's the difference.
None of my printers can do that, but they're also not entirely designed to do that either. So there is.
So this is from the ground up, built to like my first layer is like 80 or 90 millimeters a second.
No shit, we run like 35.
Yeah. So the big thing is it was built from the ground up to be pretty much do everything our old our old Railcore kits could do.
Mm-hmm.
But you don't have to build it.
I see that you offer them with Copperheads, so you're working with Slice. Dan, he's like lives 2 hours north of me. They're awesome guys.
So I got one of the
recommend the Copperhead, or do you recommend the V6?
Every time somebody says that, ask that. There's a lot of questions I have to ask afterwards. So with a Copperhead, if you plan on printing PLA, you're wasting your money. If you're planning on printing PETG, a Copperhead's a decent option. If you're planning on printing nylons, polycarbs, and stuff like that, I would say Copperhead's worth the money then. If you're we're not just using a V6. It's a V6 Gold. So it's
hardened
got
nozzle, titanium, copper.
So we actually send it with a brass nozzle and a hardened nozzle as a spare, because a lot of people don't realize how much extra temperature you need.
Yep.
For a hardened steel nozzle.
The this Prusa here has where's my hand? There's my hand. This Prusa here has a gold on it, and it's like 20 degrees above everything else.
So yeah, it's got the copper block. So it's not just a regular, and we're actually running 40-watt heaters.
Really?
So, yeah.
Man.
So it's not just a standard V6. But like what I would say is, what is your ecosystem? What do you have already? The Copperhead's nice mainly because we are going to be offering print core options. That to where you just buy the nozzle already heat tightened into the block and the heat break with the heater and the thermistor already installed. And then this is our fan shroud for the Daedalus. It's SLS.
I'll say you were talking about SLS
nylon.
earlier. Is that SLS printed?
Yeah. SLS
now, is that SLS
11.
or is it MJF?
This one was SLS.
Are you moving over to MJF or no?
We have some parts that are MJF. Depends on the supplier we're able to get it from at the time. So either way, we're using nylon. Nylon 11 or nylon 12 is what we're really playing with. But we're 40-20 fans. A lot of airflow.
I saw that.
Joel Telling said it's like a tornado under it. So if you look at the back, I don't know how well you can see.
Yeah, there's some lines back there.
See this hole right here?
Yeah.
So where your Copperhead goes in, if you stick your Allen wrench in through the back, it just loosens it. You just drop so you don't have to ever open up the Bondtech.
That's nice.
And then so you can hot swap things like that. So if you're
I know
changing
Thomas is like,
sizes,
I don't know what the hell these guys are talking about. Thomas, please ask questions.
No, zero. So, I'm letting you guys go right now. I'll ask when I need to.
So like for those that are wondering, so they offer two different options. They offer the V6 Gold, which is from E3D, or the Copperhead, which is from Slice Engineering. The V6 Gold, it has a gold heatsink, which is awesome. Really, really cool. Love that part about it. But it has a titanium heat break, a solid copper block, as well as a hardened nozzle. That's what it comes with from E3D. They're about $100. The Copperhead, I don't know what it comes with from Slice, and that makes me a bit of an ass because I do like
everything's a la carte. So
yeah, because the boron nitride is separate. The Copperhead should be about $120.
Yeah, you can't buy like a Copperhead set. No, you have to pick your heat break, your block, your heat sink.
Which I kind of like, but I kind of don't.
Yeah, but as somebody that just wants to buy a bunch of them, anyways.
Look,
but,
do you have? I can get you in contact with Dan. Okay, we can.
Oh no, I talked to Dan. Okay. But it's just when I tell somebody like, well, this is where you buy this. I don't know. It just me. Big way we're able to achieve the speeds we're able to and get the layer lines we're able to get is because we are able to. So the frame, like on our Railcore kits, the frame of it was 1515 aluminum.
Okay.
Once you built the frame of it, the thing was flimsy, like a paper house. You could push it over.
Mm-hmm.
And the HDPE, the 1/4-inch HDPE was what gave it structure. Well, on the Daedalus, we knew we weren't going to play that game. We went with 2040 on pretty much everything except for one. The top, if you're looking straight at it, the top left-hand side is a 2020. It was just so the cable chain had easy place to move. But the reason why we did that is also our 2040. It's not all. So if you put all your 2040 like this, then that's fine and all, but it doesn't give you like it gives you
strength
flex in
isn't
some
added
axes.
the way that it's not like it was like a piece of 20 by 160. And Thomas, just so you're aware, 2020 is aluminum extrusion. It is 20 millimeters by 20 millimeters. 2040 is an aluminum extrusion. That is, Thomas,
20 by 40.
20 by 40 millimeters.
So if you look at the two sides of our printer, the bottom two pieces of aluminum extrusion sit like this. The middle pieces sit like this. So we keep flexion from happening like this in the machine.
Right.
And then the top goes back to this. so we're able to keep the machine very rigid. You could jump up and down on the frame of these things. And then
Is that a challenge? Is that a challenge? Because I
I'll
want to
do it.
try.
You think I haven't done it?
How could?
Is there a video of it though?
I could get you a video of it.
Yeah, let's get one. Let's throw it up on Twitter. I want to see that.
So, and we don't use any brackets for our frame. There's no like corner brackets or anything like that. Those are failure points. Every end of our extrusion is tapped, and it's tapped to 15 millimeters. We use 12 millimeter bolts. We use like steel bolts. We don't use stainless steel like we did on our Railcore kits. And it's so you put your bolt in and you slide it down into the channel, and then you tighten. There's pilot holes drilled through the extrusion so you can tighten it. And so it's mounted. And the whole thing is you don't actually have to use Loctite on those bolts, because once that steel sets and that aluminum, it just binds and you can't get those bolts back out.
Yeah, that's galling. You're galling the threads effectively.
So it just welds itself together pretty much.
So what you're saying is once these are together, there is no such thing as maintenance.
The frame you're not is something you're never going to change really. But they so we started with a very rigid frame. The acrylic is there just for looks. Some people try to say that it was the acrylic gives it some rigidity. I call BS, because we print every single print. It like on the tool changer it does, but that's a specific design. Yeah. So when we built these printers, we put them through 50 hours of print tests before we ship them. And of those 50 hours, there's no acrylic on these machines.
Right.
We don't put the acrylic on until we go to put it in the box. Reason why is because acrylic scratches, and then you got an ugly printer.
So the printers do come with acrylic enclosures, though.
Yes. Not so they don't come with the door standard and the top standard. Those are going to be options we're coming out with shortly, but that was one of our prototypes.
What are they? Can I ask what they're going to cost?
$150 for the top and the door. But it's also set up for one of these. Woo. The BOFA?
I hate BOFAs.
So, huh?
I hate BOFAs.
Why?
Because I had one for my laser and it was the biggest piece of garbage I've ever owned.
So we got that. We made it to where that you could use it mainly for like people who want to print ABS. Because
as dumb as this is, Fusion 3 has a really good solution. It's a carbon filter and a HEPA filter with a 3D printed mount, and it some still gets through, but that's because the unit itself is not inherently sealed.
Yeah.
But like printing ABS went from something that was impossible because it stunk so bad.
You headaches and whatnot.
To I get migraines from printing ABS. To it's no worse than resin. Yeah. Right, no worse than resin. So
I don't think that's saying much, because resin can be pretty rough.
Well, especially the tough resins, the Soriatech Blue. Woo! Yeah. But like the Soriatech normal gray and all that, that's fine. Yeah. That's no big deal. Yeah. There's no big smell in that.
But so first, the way we're able to achieve speed, we are using 0.9 steppers all the way around. Quality. From LDO.
Of course. Everyone loves
we're
LDO.
Using Gates motion all the way around. And
as you should.
Yeah. And we're using the Duet 3 board, which is way overkill.
We have one in our D-Bot as well. It is
probably the 2.
Oh yeah, we're using the 2 Wi-Fi. That's right. So you have the 3 that's capable. Isn't the 3 capable of doing so many more steppers and all that, and servos?
So it has 6 drivers on one board. They're also
you need 3 just for your Z-axis.
So if we did Duet 2, we'd have to do a Duet board. So with that, we're able to do all of it on one board, but we do have a Raspberry Pi on board the system as well.
I saw that in your pictures.
Which lets us do, it gives you 4 USBs. It gives you an HDMI in or out, and then it also gives you Wi-Fi and Ethernet on board.
You're not running Clipper through that, are you?
No.
Okay.
We're running just regular Duet firmware.
Yeah.
And
Thomas,
yeah,
so you're aware. So originally 3D printers ran off of Arduinos. So there was an Arduino with a piggyback board called the ramps. It was Rep Arduino. Oh shit, what's ramp stand for again?
It's been so long since I've
Polulu
touched
Shield
one.
Mega Polulu Arduino Rep Arduino Mega Polulu Shield. There it is. That's what ramp stands for.
Great.
Got it.
Yeah, I remember those boards.
That's what our debug used to run. They're $40. They're garbage. But you know what? If you are building a 3D printer from scratch, build it with a ramps first. Because if you turn it on, hear me out. If you turn it on and you get the magic smoke, you throw the $40 board out and do not give a damn.
If you can get them for like $15 now.
Okay, when I built it, they were $40, but a $300 Duet, that's a problem.
So the Duet on, we had so many people on our Railcore kits where they actually wired them backwards because the way they designed the second board, the Duex.
Yeah.
So they designed the Duet 2 and the Duex to sit like this to each other.
They did. And even on what the hell is it? The tool changer, they're not like this. They have them like this with a daughter board or a daughter cable.
The ribbon cable.
Yeah, ribbon cable.
So that's how we did it on the Railcores as well. But the problem is it's power, or it's VIN neutral, then neutral VIN. So what they would do is they'd put the red wire on the top on both of them and couldn't figure out why their power supply wasn't turning on.
I remember when we first wired up our Duet, we turned it on, and this was like when we still had debt. So I was hurting for money. We turned it on, and all of a sudden, sizzle, 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 pop. I'm like, shit. We inspect it. I'm like, I didn't just kill a $300 motherboard. Please, 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 please. Nope. We pulled too much current on the 5-volt rail and blew the 5-volt
fuse.
The chip. Blew the 7805 that was in there, the 5-volt regulator. But Duet, in all of their glory and intelligence, knew this was going to be a problem for some people and made it so you could input your own 5-volt signal. So I have some janky ass buck converter which takes voltage from one voltage to another, feeding in 5.0000 volts into the 5-volt rail at 5 amps. So we've got tons of extra 5-volt power that we need, and thankfully we did not kill that Duet. But man, I went from 100 to 0 so quick when that happened.
Yeah, when we made kits and we got to make the decisions on things, sadly, that other people were allowed to make decisions that somehow overruled us on our own product. But that's why you don't work with resellers. But
cool.
When that happened,
I can resell your printers. Well, shit.
Well, I'm not going to work with a certain established reseller. Let's put it that way. So they cheaped out and wanted to save a couple dollars while not lowering the price of the unit, and they went to a lower power Meanwell power supply. But when we sold them, they had 350 watt power supplies from Meanwell. And the nice thing was, if you wired it backwards, our Meanwell would shut off.
It wouldn't fry anything.
Yeah. So, and the Duets are pretty robust.
Oh yeah, they're crazy robust.
So we've had really good luck with them. But so it's granted, in the beginning we did have some issues with the Duet 3s, but that was a known issue across the.
Was it a you problem or a them problem though?
No, they ended up they had a bad batch where this one specific chip wasn't soldered well.
Mm.
So, and it happens.
Yep.
But they fixed it very quickly. We were out of stock of them for a hot minute, but we got them all back. We really only had one that was bad in our hands, but there were several that were. But they were able to cycle through the entire system and got everything back up and going. Duet's good that way. But yeah, so we are running the Duet 3, which has 6 amp drivers. We only use like an amp of them. So
you're not running more than an amp? Come on.
Yeah. Let's blow out some stepper motors. Who cares?
Run 1.8 amps on ours, but we're running
It depends on the motor you're running. Yeah.
They are not LDO, but they probably should be. No, yeah. they're tall. They're very tall NEMA 17, so they need that kind of amperage.
Yeah, you can get steppers that need over 2, but we do not need them. So, but yeah, we are running 3 independently driven stepper motors for the Z-axis. Where when you start a print, our profiles set it up to where you actually probe the bed twice and in the 4 corners of the bed, and it trams the bed itself.
Nice.
And one thing that people always complained about was they would always tram it in 3 points. They'd tram it at the lead screws, and that's how it was started. Well, the problem is when you tram it at 3 points, you make a triangle. Your triangle's perfect, but the problem is if something's off, you have a triangle, which you have lines here and here. If this one's off and shoots up to make this triangle perfect, this corner goes down and this corner goes up. So you have a teeter-totter diagonal from the 2 lead screws.
Measure so 4 points, but adjust on 3.
Yes. Yeah. So we do probe at 4, just on 3, and we get it down to pretty low deviation across the bed.
We looked at doing that, and ultimately we decided to go with a single stepper motor and a belt system for our machine. And I will tell anyone that is out there listening, thinking they should build their own 3D printer, do not use one stepper motor if you're doing more than 1 lead screw or ball screw or whatever in your Z-axis. You will regret it. Not only do we have issues with these lead screws bending, so we had to add a jig that we cut on the laser. We dealt with belt slipping and just all these little problems that resulted in it being a nightmare. Oh, and the bed. Oh, yeah, there's a 1/4-inch thick piece of glass on it too.
Yeah.
So
it weighs like what, a pound?
40 pounds or so.
Yeah. And if it moves up and down and works really well at 40 pounds, that's great. But that size printer, you can put probably 4 kilos on it in a print if you really wanted to play. Which is another 8 pounds. Just because. So what I always tell people when they try to build or design their own printer, just take your bed and sit kilos of filament on it.
Yep.
And then start moving your bed around. See how well it works then. Because guess what? Your bed doesn't move with nothing on it. That's not how it works. People who belt, when people first started doing belts for their Z.
Is that the Core XZ setup that uses the belt for the Z?
So those make a little bit more sense. Like if you're doing it on like a Prusa style system.
The one I want to point out is the Phoenix.
Switch wire?
Oh, no, the Phoenix. That was the Kickstarter printer.
Oh, yeah. There's a reason why I don't know it, right?
Yeah, I was one of the people that backed it, never got anything, and never backed another Kickstarter after that. I forget their company name.
There's a lot of things I've backed and not got. So what was that one company? They made the Trinus.
No clue.
And then they came out with the Kodima 3D. They came, and they got $1 million on Kickstarter. It was their second printer, and then come to find out they never designed a single thing, and they had some ghost designer do it. Then they refused to pay him. Then he took his designs and sold them elsewhere, and
that's what you want.
Yeah. There's I don't know. There's a lot of weird stuff like that going on in the industry, but yeah. So
and that's what sucks too. Like, you know, Thomas is a graphic designer, so Thomas has very little experience in this industry, but the shittiness of what people do to each other, how they're stealing each other's designs, how they're not paying their 3D modelers or designers in general. This extends into this industry, and it's really frustrating from a business owner perspective because we're good to our people, right? You know, we pay our people what we believe is a good rate. They generally agree. You know, we give raises when they've been with us for a certain amount of time and performance-based raises. We pay people what they're worth, we believe.
yeah.
And if people have issues with it, I wholeheartedly expect them to talk to us about it. Although that's a tough thing to talk about. There are companies that will simply just say, screw you.
Yep.
Thanks for your design. Have a nice day. MakerBot. Or I guess Stratasys would be the right one for that. And
Bree earned that criticism.
It's true, he did.
Yeah.
I don't blame him. If you offered me $95 million to disappear, I'd do it too. We just talked about this with Faye. If you offered me $95 million to give the middle finger to everyone that ever bought something from me, I would ask you to get my driver because we're going to go on a road trip because I can start flipping people off. I won't care. For $95 million, you can ruin my reputation.
Well, he was doing that, though, before he...
It's true. It's true. Yeah. And I don't know if maybe that was supposed to be some sort of a sign to us as the maker community that...
He stabbed every one of his co-founders in the back. And
yeah.
Well, so, like, we had a reseller that suddenly started begging and telling us that our open source Railcore kits weren't open source because we wouldn't give him our sources and our direct sources and our direct prices that he wanted our sourcing and the prices we paid for bulk stuff. And we kept refusing to do that for him. And then all of a sudden, we were no longer working together, and we were trying to get out of it for a while, but there were other people in the group that wanted to stick around, so we waited until he got tired of us not listening to him.
I never claim to be the smartest person in the room, and I believe if you surround yourself with people smarter than you, then you're doing something right. But even I can see they're deliberately attempting to get everything from you so they can manufacture it themselves.
So they started making their own kits, and we had a licensing agreement for the name, and then that license agreement was exclusive. And then all of a sudden they approved. Well, there was some things going on where in the beginning it was like, oh, this is not about money. We just did this for fun.
It's always about money.
And then all of a sudden it started turning into money. And
right,
then,
Thomas?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah. And then all of a sudden, it was all about money, and come to find out on the back end, that reseller kept sending the other people that were making decisions free stuff all the time. So, and then I'm glad we walked away from that. I'm glad we were so done with that. But yeah, be very careful in this industry of who you work with.
It's a shame because there really are so many good people. I
Absolutely.
believe you are one of them, Joe. I mean, because not only do you make a truly badass machine, dude, you're a firefighter. You save lives, right?
Well, I mean,
come on.
The things. So, like, I came from the community.
Yeah.
And I never got in this to like make $1 million and be famous and make all this money and stuff like. I never got into that for that because, like, if I did, I charge more money for our printers. And so like that's just kind of how it goes. And there's a reason why we give away so much stuff. Because I just want to make the community better. But it's like sometimes you just got to walk away from certain communities that get toxic.
Yep.
I feel like your whole, kind of philosophy earlier on when you were talking about, I think people should have some sort of mandatory service that may not be military, but civil service generally.
Yeah.
I kind of see that with how you've spoken about your business and coming from like the maker community or 3D printing community, even more niche than that. And it seems like good to try and give back, or at least provide people with something that you didn't have, right? When you were starting this.
Yeah. So everybody loves the open source community.
They're great.
They love to beat the drum of open source. And the people who beat the drum the most are people who tend to never give back. They're takers more than they're givers.
Amen.
What I would have to say is, like, I posted something on Twitter a couple days back where I was talking about open source communities, and it's like there's some days that open source is a wonderful, beautiful thing. Open source communities are great. And then there's other days where it's like, I took all this hard work that I put the last 6 months into and threw it into an open pit of obscurity.
Mm-hmm.
And granted, people will acknowledge it, people will take it, and they'll use it, and they won't give a flying crap about whoever put the work in. They won't do anything about it. And then there's other days that it's wonderful. If there's people in the open source community that you love their work, in the maker community in general, make sure you make them aware of your appreciation. And like,
what is a good way that we as a community can give back to each other?
So I try to promote, Billy's podcast, weekly show.
Thank you for letting us co-sponsor that, by the way.
Trying to take my sponsorship.
Oh, this is the others.
This is the other sponsor.
Yeah.
I was the OG.
You were, and I'm glad to let you do it. But I said, Billy, can you at least let me sponsor my episode, please?
Hey,
go talk to Joe
Grant,
and figure it out for me.
To be fair, when I suggested doing a sponsorship, I didn't even know that someone else was doing a sponsorship. So hands are out of this one.
So she made that amazing, and I was lucky enough to just be a part of the conversation that I think helped lead her to making that amazing thing. Yeah. I have no credit for that. Like she I didn't know she was doing that until she did it. But I'm a Patreon supporter of her. Mm-hmm. And I currently make sure that I am the top Patreon supporter because I have to be number one. I
don't want to know what that's going to cost me.
So she kept thanking me in her videos, and I was like, I don't want that. I don't need that. And I said, how? And she said, well, I want to thank you. I said, well, how about instead of thanking me, you call out a maker that you think should be appreciated in the community. And then from that, all of a sudden she made this podcast. And I was like, oh, that's like the perfect, like she couldn't have done a better thing.
I would like to point out that we did this first.
It's a different concept.
I know. But when I saw she's like, oh, I'm doing a podcast, I'm like, fine.
There's a lot of
you.
Everyone's doing a podcast.
But what Billy's doing is really highlighting
the individual makers themselves.
Yes. Mm-hmm. Like the one with SJ, like,
oh man, so good.
Oh, like,
and the one with that asshole named Grant, that was okay.
I just skipped that one.
Yeah, I did too.
I actually haven't listened to that one
posted. Yeah.
But SJ, that one had me like skipping. I was like, that one warmed my heart. The way, like, somebody knows what they're talking about when they can kindergarten level it.
Yep.
Like when she's describing stuff to a kindergartner and a kindergartner would understand what she's talking about. That's when she knows what she's talking about.
Yeah. SJ is a total badass. SJ is the metal, the lady that works purely in metal, Thomas.
That's like I feel like that's the bar though, man. Like if you can go to someone who has no experience and you can teach them about the thing you do. I've seen it in like work that I do. That's the moment that you really know what the hell you're doing.
Yeah, you don't know what you're doing unless you can teach it. And anybody can think they can teach something.
But until you are there teaching it, it's a whole different world.
Yep.
And just because you stood up and spoke words at a room full of chairs
doesn't mean you taught.
The way you know, like the way you know somebody can teach is not by the person teaching. It's by finding someone they taught and realizing if they're stupid or not about the subject. Because if they're like, well, I learned from this, like this is the way it is in like emergency, like EMS field and stuff like that. Like I know if I walked into an ambulance, I'd be like, where did you go to EMT school? Then where did you go to medic school? And like, if they said they went to this specific hospital for medic school, it'd be like, I know your teacher. You can ride with me. You are now my partner. this really bad situation we're in, I know I can count on you. But like, I had people that were EMTs that were like, I'd be like, all right, you're gonna go stand over there and hold that wall up. Just hold that wall up and stay over there because I know your teacher and you just got out of school, and I know that you know less than like the bystander at this point in time. Go away from me. Just because you can yell at a chair doesn't mean the person in that chair is understanding a word you're saying.
It is crazy to me. And, you know, we've done Great American Teach-Ins back when it was in person and when it wasn't. And it is so much fun to see. And it's the ones I always enjoy the most. The students that are very, very quiet. And the teacher's like, hey, you know, these kids may not say anything. Don't worry about it. They're very quiet. And you just see this spark and there's fire in this kid's eyes and they want to ask questions and you can see it, but they're embarrassed. And so you just kind of, you pick on them, right? You say, hey, is there any questions you have? What about you? Do you have a question? When you put them on the spot, they ask that question. And as soon as they get those answers, it's rapid fire questions. It's so rewarding to do that. I love teaching.
Digital manufacturing has changed that for a lot of people.
Yeah.
Because I mean, I used to draw up like designs for things when I was a kid. I used to have all these crazy ideas. The problem was, I mean, I grew up in the middle of cornfields, in the middle of nowhere, Indiana, where most people around me today still think 3D printing is witchcraft, right? Like they don't understand. They have no grasp on what can be done. And the moment you see something that connects the thought you had to the physical object you dreamed of, that's where like the magic happens. When all of a sudden this 3D printer, this laser cutter, this plotter,
it's making what I just had in my head and from my hands.
Exactly. So but
I
the
wish
problem
I could be
is,
a teacher.
Then you fall back. Really? You want to make what, $3 a year?
That's exactly why I don't. That's why I'm not a teacher, and the lack of respect that teachers get. If I walked into a classroom and I am respected for the knowledge that I have, done. I will take the shitty pay. I will not take shitty pay, pain in the ass parents, and disrespectful children. No. Let me hit them. Bring back corporal punishment.
I wouldn't say
Grant,
that.
We're starting to just go too far.
No, beatings will continue until morale improves.
Grant, as your marketing specialist, I'm going to have to say 3D Musketeers does not condone the beating of children in no way, shape, or form. And this was a goof, a good joke. Okay,
fake news.
Just PR, just getting that out of the way right now.
Thomas is like, yeah, it's a joke. See, I'm laughing.
Just sweating profusely for the storm.
So, but the problem that it comes down to, and I completely think teachers are well underappreciated.
They are.
The problem with people connecting the dots is, like of that is like you see so many people, especially in like people are like, I'm gonna start building my own 3D printers and I'm gonna make a company out of it, and everybody thinks the 3D printer is the thing. They're like, well, I can print a 3D printer with a 3D printer and then sell the 3D printer.
You can, but
you can. So, but there's a 3D printer is a tool. A 3D printer is not an end all be all. 3D printer is a stepping stone. One day, 3D printers will be old news that nobody cares about. This is coming from somebody who manufactures 3D printers. This is my business.
I look forward to that day because that means 3D printers will be actually really good and affordable. And I mean, I cannot mention that without mentioning the Daedalus. It is, okay, look, for those that are listening and watching, it is not cheap. But I want you to understand cheap is not good. Cheap is not good. You want affordable. And affordability translates into user friendliness, your time, your money. $3,000, really, let's call it 3,500 shipped. I assume that's going to be right around where it's going to be, right?
So actually, because of the one issue we had with our old Railcore kits when we started actually trying to make them fully assembled to ship them to people, we had to make all these custom boxes, all this custom foam for a printer the same size that prints the same volume, actually a little less than Daedalus. You would pay about $200 in shipping because the box was so big, because everything was on top and everything was outside. So the Daedalus, everything's inside the frame. It's very sturdy. We don't have to worry about it. We haven't really had any shipping damage. We've had the bed shift just because you have to keep them a little loose so that it can tram.
Do you crate them or do you box them?
No, we box them. And we ship to Seattle, I think is like $120.
That's not bad.
From Chicago? Yeah, that's cheap.
I've got a guy that I need to introduce you to for really cheap shipping. Like, I can ship a 7-pound package priority mail express across the United States for way less than you would expect. Like, sub $20 cheap, sub $15 cheap. So when you look at a much heavier box, it's not as expensive as you would think. I got to get you in touch with this guy.
And so, like, we were able, because of the boxes we have, and we have very tight fitting foam, we have custom made foam and stuff like that. A lot of people, that's something they look over, is you have to have custom made foam. It's a lot cheaper than you think it is. Like our foam, if you
are you making it yourself or is somebody else making it?
No, we're having it made.
Oh, okay. I don't know if you had some laser cutters doing it, you know?
No, so you don't laser cut foam like this.
Oh, is it all die cut?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so we were buying foam from Uline and cutting it ourselves for a while.
I'm sorry.
And we were paying like $150 in foam per unit. Now we get them made with die. Like, you have to pay for a die cost. Our dies will last us about 5 years, and we pay like $25 a unit. But so what's nice is with the price of the Daedalus, what we've been able to do is provide more support and stuff like that. So one thing we do is somebody does have if somebody has an issue with the Daedalus, that's not as simple as, hey, change this one thing really quick that we send you. You just put it back in the foam you got it in, or we can flat ship the foam to you and ship the printer back to us. But what we normally do is ship, if the printer's still working, we have you running the printer until the day your new printer arrives. Put yours back in the box you just pulled yours out of and ship it back.
That is 100% customer service at its best. And we're coming up to our time. So I actually, we're over our time. I don't know. I know Thomas has to leave soon. Are you still good, Joe? Do you want to keep going, or?
I'm fine.
I mean, Thomas,
we cleared the day.
Thomas, you want to head out and I can just keep going with Joe? I mean, it's up to you.
Cool. Yeah, you'll just reorganize the thingy.
Yeah, give me two. I got to go over to the 2-speaker once you head out. I'm gonna have to change names because I'm pretty sure it says Tad.
Okay,
we're gonna find out.
Yeah. Well, but yeah, sorry I have to go, but I had another thing. But Joseph, so good to meet you. I followed you guys on Twitter and everything, so I'm stoked to see some fun stuff coming out of that. But
it's great meeting you, man.
Yep.
Yeah. All right. Bye, guys.
See ya.
Take care.
It just becomes kind of a fun little 2-person maker hangout.
Yeah.
But no, I
What,
love
that's
this.
what all of my my podcasts and stuff that I join on end up being, is we end up just talking about 1,000 different things. And
But dude, that's what it's about. You make
yeah,
so many cool things, and I, I really wish Tad was here. Tad had a personal emergency that came up 20 minutes before the podcast started. So
oh,
it was
that's no
like
good.
there was no way we were going to reschedule this. We were just, if he could make it, he could make it. If he couldn't, he couldn't.
Yeah.
Family and all that stuff comes first. That's the first rule in 3D Musketeers is family first, right?
Mm-hmm.
3DM is like number 2, number 3, number 4 for a lot of people. And that's where we want it to be. You know, if we call and you're in the middle of church, don't answer the damn phone, right? If we call and you're at dinner with your parents, don't answer the phone. But if you're hanging out on a Saturday in your pajamas and we call, maybe pick up the phone, because there's money waiting for you if you answer the phone.
Yeah.
But you know, it has been an interesting journey, and to hear about what you've done, how you've done it, where you've been, and throughout all of that, who you are.
Yeah.
Right.
Well,
It's
like,
amazing.
my first 3D printer was that was commercially available was our D series. It was called the 2880. It was available for a short time. We ended up actually buying most of them back and getting I think all but 2 people received, no, all but 3 people received Railcores, and we bought those printers back because the Railcore was a good printer. So and then if those same people reached out to us, we'd probably swap them out for a Daedalus or something. But my first printer was actually designed sitting next to my girlfriend in chemo. It was my release, my way of having something to do that wasn't paying attention to the fact that my girlfriend had cancer.
That's deep. Like, that's
and the whole thing was like, at that time I was a medic for 6 years. So like, it's one thing to hear terms coming from your doctor and not knowing, and then just generalizing when they say, oh, it's going to be okay. It's another thing to hear terms coming from a doctor and knowing exactly what they're saying. And when they say everything's going to be okay, you go, yeah, it could be, because of all these other things.
Yeah. My better half, my girlfriend, is an ICU nurse, and you know, my mom is going through cancer, her second bout of cancer. She's Latin though, so she's going to will it away with just Latin spike.
You say with a flip flop or something?
Yeah,
That's what
the chancla. Yeah, she'll change the chancla. My mother is the whitest Latin woman you'll ever meet, but will speak fluent Spanish when and if she needs to. It's hilarious. But you know, and my girlfriend went through some pretty tough losses this year, and as a nurse, that was some of the hardest times, because she knows what's going on, and she works in a COVID ward. Okay, so all you people out there that believe COVID is fake, excuse my French, but fuck you. You don't know. You don't know about the people that are perfectly healthy that come in that are dead in 48 hours. You don't have to go through what these nurses and doctors have to go through, and stop being jerks. Wear a mask, socially distance, and quit bitching that you can't get your hair cut, and grow out a rat ass mullet. Come on.
My thought is, everybody who can say that they care about people, even if you believe masks are non sequitur, or they don't matter or something like that, just the possibility that they work, which they do work. There's a reason why medics don't go around licking the seats or breathing in the faces of a tuberculosis patient. But hey, if you're a half decent human being, then you should care about the person standing next to you. Doesn't matter if they care about you. And by caring, you should just, not do the shitty thing and just put a mask on. And if you tell me that you can't breathe while wearing a mask, fuck you. because
Shut up.
I have spent many hours in hazmat suits. I have spent many hours. I've spent 18, 20-hour shifts wearing masks, doing CPR on patients for an hour at a time.
I saw real CPR for the first time a few months ago. Holy
It's disturbing,
shit.
isn't it? Disturbing, isn't it? Oh, I have some stories.
I used to work. I guess I still do. I am off. I herniated 2 discs at my day job, so I am off of my day job. Back to being a full-time business owner because I've been doing that for 10 years. And my girlfriend worked like 5 minutes from my day job. So it's like perfect. She worked at a local hospital. It was before COVID was before we knew about COVID. COVID was a thing before it. None of us knew about it. Okay. So those that think it just randomly popped up out of Wuhan, you're idiots. Stop it. It existed many months before we detected it. But I would just randomly go over, bring her lunch. All of her coworkers were jealous because I would bring her really good food or pizza or something. And it wasn't like Domino's. It was like good quality pizza. But
okay, I've been to Florida. There's no good pizza in Florida.
There is a place in Lakeland that makes some pretty damn good pizza. I've had New York pizza. It is better. I get it.
No. New York is trash.
Well, that's right. You're in Chicago.
Deep dish.
Deep dish. There is no deep dish around here. I can tell you that fine.
Yeah.
If you're a deep dish, the pizza sucks. But I remember when I was leaving the hospital, I was walking out and I hear a thud. Like, what the hell was that? And I turn the corner and a dude has just collapsed. And a nurse is coming back from her lunch. I am too tired to deal with this. And just goes over, starts, hey, are you there? Are you there? Are you there? And a gentleman this guy was with is saying, he's okay. He's okay. He'll be fine. She's like, is he on drugs? He's not on drugs. He's fine. He's fine. She's like, I can't get a pulse, and starts doing chest compressions. And oh my God, I thought she hit the concrete below him. I am used to seeing chest compressions from television where it's just like, no. People, humans are quite squishy. And these chest compressions, you're like touching their spine.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you, they hit this guy with Narcan. He was up not 10 seconds later and pissed off. It was nuts. Nuts.
There was this clinic in the town I was working in at the time, and it was like a mile from the hospital. But the major town, I worked in this town called Munster, Indiana, for a while, and
like the cheese.
There's a town north of it called Hammond, which is like right against Chicago.
Mm-hmm.
So like it can get rough up there. They have this drug problem, which a lot of crowded places have drug problems. But what people would do is they drive over the border, which is just this one street. They cross over the highway, go to this clinic, push their friend out, whoever overdosed, at the door of the clinic, and drive away. Well, what the clinic would do was they'd stand outside with them and start an IV and call us. So we'd go and get them. And there was this one doctor, whenever he was working, we'd yell at him all the time. Because the trick is, when somebody overdoses, you only give them enough Narcan to keep them breathing. Because the moment they wake up, they fight.
Yes, and I saw that.
Have you ever been inside of an ambulance? Can
you explain what Narcan does? Because there are going to be people out there, and this is a maker podcast. We're talking about Narcan, but screw it, we're on. So what does Narcan do?
So drugs. So
drugs are bad. Okay, let's go
down. Let's go down to receptors. So there's receptors. It's whatever has more affinity. Really, is what it is. So what Narcan does is it kicks the drug, whatever the drug is.
It's for opioids, right?
Yes, but there's several different opioids.
Right,
whatever
that's
the
why I'm
opioid
saying
is, what it is
in general.
So what the receptor will have more of an affinity toward the Narcan than it would toward the opioid. So it would kick the opioid off, or it would block that receptor for that Narcan too, or that the Narcan would block the opioid from being able to get to that receptor, and then hopefully, you just keep them Narcaned up until you can get them to a hospital, and then they give them Narcan and do a bunch of other things. But what this doctor would do is he would watch us pull around the corner. This is in the parking lot of this clinic. And we would drive around the corner and he'd see us and we'd make eye contact when we'd stop. And you'd see him push the full Narcan and then just walk away.
Oh, no.
And the nurse would do the handoff. And then the moment the nurse did the handoff, the guy would just start kicking. It's like, some doctors are terrible.
It was crazy. I mean, just seeing this, and then the nurse is calling it over the radio as she's doing chest compressions. I am standing there keeping this gentleman's, whoever this was to him, away from the nurse. Mm-hmm. They're running a crash cart out. A cop shows up. The cop went to go get Narcan. The cop didn't have Narcan. That was interesting. They had to pull it out of the crash cart. And I mean, literally within 15 seconds of giving it to the guy, he was up and he was mad because what they just did is they just neutralized a few $100s of a high this gentleman was having.
Yeah.
But that high was what was going to kill him.
Yeah.
And people don't recognize that. Now, thankfully, this is not that much of a problem anymore because even the drug abusers are like, maybe we should slow down because we don't want to be in the hospital right now because COVID is a thing. They're more worried about getting COVID than dirty needles, which is crazy.
If you ever want to have appreciation for a medic or something that you see walking down the street or at a call or something like that, remember all that stuff that happened in that hallway? Imagine that inside of the box of an ambulance going 60 miles an hour.
This was outside. This was outside on the asphalt in Florida. So very hot. Okay.
Yeah.
She had all the room in the world to work.
Yeah. We didn't.
You're working inside of what? Like a 6 foot by 8 foot box?
A box, yeah. And sometimes you don't have any help. Because like I had a lady code on me. I will never forget this lady's name. I will never forget her face. This is one of those that, haunts my dreams. But she was 82 years old and her 82-year-old husband, I met him at the door when it was a late night overnight shift. We were transferring her to a hospital because she wasn't feeling well. In her hospital, we would have to drive past 3 hospitals to get the specific hospital where her doctor was. So the husband wanted to ride with us, but their nieces that they raised, they were like in their 30s, but they had convinced him to ride with them. Because it's hard to climb up into an ambulance and stuff like that.
It sucks.
So they said their goodbyes, and we loaded her in the ambulance, and we started heading out to the hospital. And like this was, for me, after a 13-hour shift, and I was working another 13, that would lead me into my next 24-hour shift.
So not only were you an EMT that was a masochist, now you're a business owner in the 3D printing industry. Are you sure you have a therapist, right? Because we got to get you one if you don't.
So what happened was, like, they said their goodbyes. We got on the highway to head over there, and we made it about 3 exits on the highway. Mm-hmm. And she was telling me about what she had for Thanksgiving dinner. And like, this is like early December. So like, she was telling me how their family got together and everything. This was years ago. And all of a sudden, she just stopped talking to me, and she went into full arrest right there. But I had no backup because we were going 80 miles an hour down the highway.
Yeah,
we weren't going to stop and wait.
You're moving.
So I just yelled to my partner to hightail it to the closest hospital, which was Gary. We got off on the exit. The problem was I'm doing compressions. I'm waiting for my monitor. I'm watching my monitor. I'm trying to figure out if I can get any kind of rhythm so I can shock her or anything. I'm pushing drugs. I'm doing everything I can on my own in the back of this ambulance. And I've got 20 blocks. And I called the hospital 3 times and they wouldn't answer.
That's an eternity. 20 blocks is an eternity when someone is literally flatlining and you're doing CPR.
And I'm yelling over the radio for my dispatch to call her husband to tell them that we're not going to go to the hospital. That's 3 hospitals away. We're going to the closest hospital and he needs to get there. We get to the hospital. The dispatch says they couldn't get a hold of him. We did compressions for 45 minutes.
That's a long code for anyone not understanding that. if she comes back, she's gonna have a really tough few months.
So she came back. We got her back.
Oh my god!
The hospital
You
was able to
coded
get
for
a hold.
45 minutes and she came back.
Yeah. So we got her back. We got her rhythm back. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, that's fair.
It's not like you wake up from that kind of stuff.
You don't want to wake up after that.
So, got her back. Hospital says that the other hospital had sent them back. They were on their way. I left. And I went and finished my shift. I went back to the station, replaced like everything in my ambulance because I literally used everything.
Mm-hmm.
And I got back to my station, did all that. So my shift went on through that night, right? Never saw her again that night. My next shift started, 24-hour shift. It started with my regular partner. We got up. First call took us to Gary. First thing I did was I went to that room. There was a different patient in that room. Reached out to him, and she died 10 minutes before her husband got the hospital.
That's the worst, man. That's the worst. And I mean, for anyone that's listening that doesn't understand what that's like, so Joe here spent 45 minutes.
That wasn't counting the like I was on her for probably an hour.
Yeah, I was gonna say and this is not easy. Like, I don't care how big of a guy you are. I don't care how ripped you are. This is like going 20 rounds of Mike Tyson.
Yeah.
Even Mike Tyson today doing 20 rounds with him.
Yeah. So it's it's not an easy. It wasn't. Yeah. That was a rough call.
Do you think that was a COVID call? When you look back at it, do you think it was a COVID call?
No,
was her O2 sat where it needed to be?
That was
oxygen saturation for those wondering.
That was in 2000.
Oh, it was a while ago. Okay, you said December, so I thought this previous.
This is
December.
years ago. Yeah, no, this is years ago.
Okay.
Yeah, no, like I said, there's certain calls that I'll never forget, and that was one of those that haunt your dreams for the rest of your life.
Oh yeah, because so I unfortunately I've had a similar experience in my family. We had a cousin of mine, actually, and I'm going to give away a secret that I do not tell people. The cat, her name is Victoria. She's named after somebody in my family. I will not give his real name because that's just, it's not fair. He was having some issues with drugs, and it was a known issue. We did everything we could. Finally, his family said enough's enough. That's it. He overdosed the next night.
Yeah.
He was found by runners the next morning and was coded for over 2 hours. He was 27. He was young, younger than me. I want people to understand what a body will look like after coding for over 10 minutes even. His ribs were broken. They were destroyed. And I never saw.
So you don't actually
when this happened.
You don't actually break. Everybody thinks you break. You're actually, there's cartilage.
Well, you separate the cartilage. No, they broke ribs.
Yeah.
The autopsy was broken ribs.
Yeah.
When you're coding someone for that long, someone is bound to make a mistake. It's fine. But I mean, I guess his body was not willing to give up. And no matter how much Narcan they pushed, they never got him back. And it's a shame because opioids are a problem out there. And it's something that even this community, the maker community, is, we are not isolated from this. I know there are makers that actively use hard drugs, and I do everything that I can to stop them because they don't see what they're doing, not just to themselves, but to other people in their lives, to see what happened when we got the call that, hey, he didn't make it, and what has happened to the family since. It's been very rough. Now, he was my cousin, so not 100% blood in that regard, right? He's removed in some extent, but
to an extent, yeah.
It still hits you like a ton of bricks because no one saw this coming.
I mean,
that's why I say it's one of the 2 reasons I say at the end of every video, call your loved ones. I say it at the end of every video that we do because you never know when something might happen. We've got this other strain of COVID that people are now freaking out about because somehow people didn't expect it to mutate. I'm sorry. Have any of you not played any of the pandemic-based video games? It's literally what you want to have happen. It's what happens.
Well, so
They don't see it.
this newer strain they say is more
It's more communicable, right?
more communicable.
Yeah, it's easier to get.
Yeah, which they're saying these vaccines should take care of it too. So
Should.
it's not something you should be. It's set up to where it'll be taken care of, but it's not something you should be freaking out about. You should be doing the same precautions you should have been doing this entire time.
Yeah, don't go buy the store out of toilet paper. Stop that. That was stupid to begin with.
Yeah, don't do that. Don't lick the windows.
But it did make for some hilarious 3D prints throughout the year of 2020.
Yeah.
All the toilet paper based memes that we printed for 2020 was great.
Yeah. But like when you were talking about like people with who've done hard drugs and are hooked or something like that. Normally, you got to always remember that normally there's something that led up to that.
Yes.
And a lot of times this country has a huge blind spot on mental health.
Mm-hmm.
Sadly, emergency services, knowing full well what we know, we still have a blind spot for it.
Yep.
The amount of people that take their lives in the emergency service is ridiculous.
Any civil service, whether it's military, EMTs, doctors,
Fire,
nurses, the amount of the suicide rate in those it's astronomical. And people look at it and say, well, if they needed help, they should have reached out. Well, if you all stop making asking for help such a stigma and say it's okay to go to a therapist and talk about problems in life, we'll have less suicides. Quit being assholes about it.
But
it's fundamentally stupid.
Yeah, there's so many people also that look at it and they go, well, how dare they do that to their family? But
they're not thinking about their family.
I responded to one of my coworkers.
Shit.
But I knew the shifts that they had. And while some people like newer EMTs and people who just didn't know and some people who just turned a blind eye to it would say, well, how dare they do that? Look who they hurt. It's like, but do you know do you
know what's going on in their head? What they were going through?
Yeah. Do you know the hardship that they were living and waking up with every day? So like I'm not justifying the act. I'm just saying that
no. We are not justifying.
There is absolutely. I had friends that I could honestly say, I could see where they were going.
Yeah.
Not by I should have known better, but when I got the call, which that's the way it goes now to this day. My last two partners are dead.
I'm sorry.
And both of those were phone calls. That I just got a phone call one morning saying that, yeah, they're just not around anymore. So, I mean, like that kind of stuff happens. And it's just like release that stigma. I mean, there's a lot of things that shouldn't happen.
It's fair.
But we turn a blind eye because it doesn't affect us today.
It's why I am working incredibly hard. I'm going to bring on at least one mental health professional to talk about stress not only in life, right? This is stressful for everyone, but stress as a business owner, what it is like to be a business owner. People do not understand the amount of stress that individuals like you and I go through. They don't understand the stress that EMTs go through. And for them to be able to bring on a professional that is going to talk to you like you are a human, that you are not broken. This is normal. It is normal to feel stress, and that's okay. And when you realize that it's okay and you work on a plan to make it better, you can get through these tough times in life. I am positive that over 50% of people that are listening to this podcast or watching us right now have had a time in their life where they thought, you know what, maybe this is it. And
maybe things would be better without me, type of thing.
The fact that you're here, you, not Joe as well, but everyone that's listening says you have a reason.
Yeah.
And if you're a maker and you're listening to this, You want to know how you can make yourself feel better? Go help people. Go on to Reddit. Go on to Billy Rubin's Discord. Go on to Matt's Discord. Go on to the Prusa Discord. Go on to the 3D printing Discord and just help people. You want to feel good about what you can do in this world? Go help others. And they may not appreciate it, but it makes you feel good. It's like whenever I get close to burning out, that's what I do. I will shut down from doing stuff. I will go to Reddit and I'll just start helping people. I'll sort by new in the 3D printing sub, and I'll just start posting, and I'll do everything that I can to help people, because that's when I remember what this industry is about. We can't.
You can easily get burnt out, especially in like the maker community. Like that's what I was saying. Like sometimes like open source, like it's like throwing your ideas into a pit of obscurity, and like that can be draining sometimes.
A couple of episodes ago, we had a patent attorney on that I think you would like. That episode. It was with David Stein. He's in Billy's Discord. I think he's in Matt's as well, but I know he's in Billy's. That's where I met him. And he talked about the idea of open source being actually a problem, and that what we should be looking at doing is patenting things, but allowing people to use them with a reasonable, agreeable licensing fee, so that the Daedalus could have motors on the outside and have an internal heater. Because I look at your machine and say, I could probably print Peak and Ultem, and that's what I would love for it to do.
Guess what? We already have one, but I gotta wait till January 21st
of this year.
Yeah.
So you're saying I should wait to buy a printer? Got it.
Oh no, this will be. It's still getting worked on, but I got all the stuff for it, and I've got one that's
the Stratasys patent problem, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yep. And see, this is the issue with this industry, that Stratasys has locked down that very key patent. Are they pushing for another extension?
I don't know.
Are we expecting it to run out?
Sadly, we have another Stratasys growing, so don't think it's ending with Stratasys.
What do you mean?
There's another company that is the junior Stratasys, the Stratasys of our lifetimes. Let's put it that way. Because really, let's think about Stratasys. Most likely.
You're not willing to say their name, I'm assuming.
Oh yeah. Have you heard of Desktop Metal?
Yes. Yeah.
They are the next Stratasys.
What are they trying to patent?
They have people just patenting everything and anything. I've got friends that work there.
They are okay, so they're patent trolling at this point. And
well, no, they're just like they've got engineers that literally they were told they're getting bonuses to patent things, which that's a common thing. But
it is a terrible way to do business, by the way. Terrible.
But every big company does it.
If you're trying to sell your company, great way.
They just IPO'd. Like this was the
Desktop Metal's now publicly traded.
IPO. Yeah. They just they combined with trying to IPO.
Yeah. So, all right, what is there? See, I'd like to have at least one share of every publicly traded 3D printing company, purely for the.
And you can't say you're unbiased.
Well, purely for the purpose that I can, but I initially bought 3D Systems stock when I owned. Well, I still do, but when I actively was using them more, the Z Corp and ProJet 660s, the full color sandstone machines. Because you want to know how you get shit done? You call and say, I'm a shareholder, take care of me or I will make your life difficult. And it's terrible that I had to resort to that, but I had to. What is their New York Stock Exchange? DM?
Yeah.
$17.20 as it sits today.
They opened at $31.40.
Did they?
$32.79, and then plummeted to $10, and has slowly climbed.
How long have they? Oh wow, their IPO's been out for 3 years now, or a couple of years now.
You can't. No, that's when paperwork started.
Oh, so when was the official IPO?
Official IPO was just recently.
Interesting. Yeah, I'll scoop up one of their shares just because.
I also think that this comes back. A lot of this back history is from Trine, because Trine came in. I believe is how you pronounce it, but they were an established company, and what they do is they combine. They help get the company public. They take their profits and leave. And
but how is Desktop Metal going to be? Because we have in one of the groups an individual who's got a Metal X from Markforged, and
that thing's yeah. Go ahead. All right.
I had the same thought as you. Oh, it's a screaming piece of shit. He showed me raw parts from that printer. Okay, yes, they are. But he showed me a print from that machine. I was really impressed.
Oh.
I was really impressed with what it did. And then I'm like, okay, well, wait a minute. Again, the purchase price of the machine is not that big of a deal to me. I'm more worried about the upkeep, the maintenance, and the material. Right? The $100,000, that's amortizable. I can do that.
Yeah.
But if there's no money left on the bone for me as a service bureau, then the machine is worthless. So at $100,000, and I'm told really about 150 is where you end up. But the material, it's like $300 for 200 cubic inches. Like, are you kidding me?
Yeah.
That's nothing. That's so expensive. There's no money left. There's money if you're doing it internally. And I think that's what those machines were really for. But not for actual making.
Early December is when they IPO'd, by the way.
Okay, so yeah, not too long ago then.
No, but Markforged, they sold a bunch. They sold an X to Purdue and like 10 of their main printers. What's it called? The Markforged. They're one that does the embedded carbon fibers. I can't remember the name of it right now.
Mm-hmm.
Anyways, but they got a medal in that. But the thing is they printed what Markforged thought would take them 6 months to print with of that stupid material that they make you use, and which is their nylon, carbon fiber infused nylon.
God, what do they call it?
Yeah, whatever.
I forget.
But
go buy it from 3DX Tech. Stop it.
Yeah, but they had to, or they bought that or they used 6 months worth in a month, and then when they reached out for more, they said it's going to be 6 months before they can get them more.
Onyx. And so we were looking at getting like a Mark II or an X7. I was between the two. Yes, 15,000 versus 65,000.
You used to be able to get them for 8.
Oh, the Mark IIs for 8. Yeah,
you used to be able to get it to where it would do all of it for 8,000.
Yep.
And now
what I found out and why we opted. So we had an aerospace thing that we were working on. We were doing autonomous drones, real drones, not quadcopters, but real drones for a contractor who never paid me. So I'm going to talk about the job. They can go to hell. And we were looking at getting a Markforged printer for this because they needed the stiffness of carbon fiber. Well, Markforged, while they can do continuous carbon fiber, the wall thickness must be at least 3 millimeters to do it.
Oh, wow.
And you cannot create a tiny handheld airframe that will fly with a regular style brushless DC motor with 3 millimeter thick walls full of carbon fiber. You can't do it.
Yeah.
Without big ass batteries, big ass motors. And now you're getting to the point where I might as well just have a multi-rotor instead of a single rotor drone.
Yeah.
And it upset me. We ended up printing it out of 3DX Tech's carbon fiber infused nylon.
Nylon. Their PETG is really nice too.
Yes, it is. I've got PET and PLA here still of theirs.
Do you want to transition into nerd hardware talk?
Dude, let's do it.
First, do you have any questions about the Daedalus or Project Red first? Get that out of the way.
I mean, my questions are all going to be ones I don't know if I want to ask on recording. Like,
okay,
how can I get set up to be a distributor? How can we talk more about the high temp one that you definitely can't talk about right now?
And we'll talk about that later then.
We'll have to have you back on after you announce it, because
Yeah.
I worked with Matt over at 3DX on the HT2, and I'm
Yeah.
like, this is gonna be a great printer. And then it came out at 60 grand. I'm like, shit.
That was the promotional price.
And see, the problem is when you're looking at these off the shelf style of cheaper Fortis competitors,
Yeah.
you can't not ignore Intemsys, and their printers are garbage, but they sometimes work.
I'm looking. I found one in Chicago. They're willing to sell. Someone's willing to sell for like $3,000.
An Intemsys,
Yeah.
the FunMat HT,
The enhanced.
dude,
Yeah.
do it.
That's what I'm saying. I gotta find time to go up there. But I think, yeah, the Gearbox HD2 that was 60 grand.
Yeah.
Up until like the end of last year. I think it's gone up to nearly 100
Has
now.
Let's find out.
No, you can only get a quote now. But
I'm gonna text Matt.
They are using a baffle, so they have to pay royalties for this baffle.
I don't know if they do.
They do. If they don't, they'll get sued. But I'm sure they do. And then the bed I like.
It looks like. Is that a vacuum plate that they're using?
Yes. Yes.
That is nice. But see,
because a lot of that material you print on the material. So like if you're printing a lot of like Peak and stuff like that, you want to print on. Well, not always Peak, but you print it on something like you print a sacrificial layer and then you throw the sheet away.
So a raft.
Well, you make the bed its raft.
Yeah. I like this because I look at, I'm in Florida, okay, and I'm in the I-4 corridor of Florida, where aerospace is key. Like I have toured SpaceX. I've seen what I believe was a Daedalus. Pretty sure it was a Daedalus. While I was walking next to a Falcon 9 that was laying down. Those are huge, by the way, way bigger than you think. Like they're stupid, but this is, God, that machine's 1,200 pounds.
But and this
high temp is where it's at.
It's because it's an oven.
Because if you can do high temp, you can do everything else too, and you can do
not
everything
always.
Else.
Well, not always. Okay. A lot of these high temp printers, you never want to be like, I want to print a PLA prototype on this. You never want to do that on these.
But its build volume's 18 by 18 by 32, which I will say, that's a Fortis 900.
But you got to remember though, that whole top thing is an oven. Yeah. So like, there's a reason why it weighs what it does.
How much power does it use? 50 amps at 220.
Yeah.
10,000 watts.
Yeah.
10.
But you also got to look. The filament storage is also heated and
that is nice. I do like that, especially being in Florida where my office is now 86 degrees and 48% ambient humidity.
At least it's single phase.
Huh?
At least it's single phase. It's not two phase or three phase.
That's fair, yeah, because like to get three phase out where I'm at, you need a warehouse, and I'm not at that
converter
point.
Or an inverter,
a phase converter. Which those things are terrible and they're loud and they're nasty. And
it all depends.
I want an affordable high temp 3D printer or a 3D printer that I can take and modify to be high temp, because that's where I see these markets going. Because look, PET, PLA, ABS, and all that, they're great.
That's where you're at. That's where it's going to go. Absolutely.
But
what you're like service bureau, that's where it's going to go.
I'm looking at also doing 3D scanning. We're looking at Thunk 3D. Have you heard of them? THUNK 3D. They are basically ripping off Einscan. The Einscan HX they're ripping off more or less, and it's like $6,000.
Where are they from?
Where do you think they're from?
China.
When it's $6,000, where do you think it's from? Come on. Even Einscan is from China.
Yeah.
And Einscan makes great scanners, but I'm not paying 15 grand. I need something in the middle because we do a lot of reverse engineering, and having a high-end scanner would be nice. I used to have an Artec Eva. We sold it for
Yeah.
double what we paid for it. If you're
Yeah.
listening to this, sorry, you wanted to pay that much. But
There was a really cool hot end.
What are you looking at? What hot end?
It's not the hot end, it's the extruder itself. It was shown off at an event in Europe. But what it's used, it's a planetary gear system.
Okay.
And the filament goes through the center of the gear.
It's like a cycloidal gear system.
So it's a planetary gear with the planets, right? And then the sun. Mm-hmm. The sun has the filament going through, and it's got a belt on the outside of the planets, like the outer ring of the planets.
Okay.
And then it's driven by a NEMA 23. I want to build one just to play with it. What's that guy from Europe? That 3D printer guy from Europe?
Is it
not one of the big guys? He's a smaller guy from the UK. He's kind of annoying.
Well, okay, so I searched planetary geared extruder, and I got Drew's planetary geared extruder on Thingiverse, and then another one.
No, this is a completely different. Yeah, this. Wait, what was it called?
Dynagen. It's a 4-1.
No.
Yeah, so no, this isn't it. This is just a gear reducer.
I'm trying to think of the guy's name. He rebranded a few years back.
See, this is why we have Thomas, because a lot of these 3D printing companies, whether you're a service bureau, a manufacturer, or a maker, the marketing and branding sucks. That's Thomas's thing. It's like, this is our new logo. Thomas did that.
Yeah, my marketing and branding sucks because
seriously,
I spend more time in the shop.
We'll hook you up. Hey, I'm down for some quid pro quo if you're down for some quid pro quo. All right, we can trade some services if you're down for something like that. But why does this industry suck with marketing? All of us suck at it.
I would rather be in the shop.
Dude, me too, right? I'd rather be working on machines, making cool stuff for people than dealing with Facebook or Instagram, or for us, it's going to be LinkedIn, because we're moving. In 2020, we made this paradigm shift. I didn't even tell you this. We are creating a whole class system called the Making Awesome Academy or the Making Awesome Institute. I'm pretty sure I'm going with Academy.
Yeah.
Which is going to be all surrounding product development and how to make awesome, right? So it's going to walk you through patenting, trademarking, copywriting, CAD, CAM, the entire process of going from art to part. So if you want to pay us to do it for you, we'll do it for you. But if you want to learn how to do it yourself, that's going to be a much more affordable fee. And the trick that I think a lot of people will enjoy is that once a week, we're going to do an AMA. We're going to record it because content, but we're going to do an AMA where anyone that pays to be a part of this class will get access to come on and ask us whatever the hell they want. Right. And if they've got a question about their branding and they don't mind telling the world about it, they can get that for no extra charge, which is going to be a really cool system here. They can get a lot of help for no extra money, which I'm excited about. But there's like 70 hours worth of classes that I need to record. And thankfully, I never shut the hell up. So at least we've got that going for us. But I've realized that there just isn't a school.
Yeah, there's not a place
there's not a place to go to learn to make.
Place.
And don't get me wrong, Joel and Tom and Angus and Stefan, they're great. They're great, but they're the ones that is the way I look at it. They're the ones that show you what machine you should buy, and they show you how to use it. There's not really a lot of great classes on how to get started and make something from concept to reality. And if there are, they're not by those big names. And we know the names, right? If it's not those 5, they're not all that popular. And Billy's coming up in the world, Faye's coming up in the world. And
I want to get to know more about Faye. I know very little about Faye.
Well, you, sir, are in luck. Next Sunday.
I'm doing Billy's. Because I mean, since the newest sponsor already got his time to shine, the OG.
You haven't
sponsor,
done yours yet?
No.
Oh,
I never asked for one.
dude, you gotta.
But,
it's fun.
So, well, she asked me the other day if I wanted to do it, and I said yeah. So, but
Billy and I have been friends for years, but I don't know how long you've known her.
I've known her for a year now.
Okay.
About
2 or 3 years for me. She was going to be a part of some companies I don't talk about much anymore. 3D Pubs and My 3D Pros. 3D Pubs was my little middle finger to 3D Hubs. And it was supposed to be just a place for makers to come and hang out, similar to the Discords that we have now. But before Discord was ever all that big, 3D Pubs was supposed to be that place where you'd come, grab a brew, sit down, hang out. That never materialized anything. And then My 3D Pros was the 3D Hubs replacement, but we quickly realized that there's not a market for it. When 3D Hubs made that shift, it was not just because that they're
everybody thinks they shafted the community, but there wasn't much community left to shaft.
Well, they did shaft part of the community. They did that, but they did it because they had investors, and investors need their money repaid. Yep. And well, where's the money? The money is not in $5 buff Pikachu. Sorry, Faye. That was Faye's most fun model that she's done. It is in the big parts for companies you and I can't talk about. It's for parts that cost, that have commas in them. And the more commas, the better. That's where the money is. The money is not in dudes with Ender 3s in their mom's basement running, 1 or 2 printers. That's not where the money's at.
Well, yeah. Well, another big problem is your thought on quality is different than my thought on quality. So when people would when they would contract out people so like you used to be able to in 3D Hubs, you used to be able to be like, I have a printer. I'll print things for you. Well, just because you sent me an STL model, if I sent you an STL model and I printed the same model and you printed the same model on whatever printer you chose to print it on, I guarantee you they would be completely different.
Yes, likely because you're going to be printing it with the Daedalus. I'll be printing it with a Prusa. And if I knew it was going to you, I'd be a dick and probably make it out of resin. But if I didn't have that option, yes, different.
I was expecting it done with a 3D pen.
I mean, I got one of those somewhere.
Oh, Jesus.
Okay, there's a reason. Build volumes are only so big. And you need to bond parts together every now and then. And that's what they're phenomenal for. They are phenomenal as little 3D TIG welders.
Okay. You do you, honey boo boo.
Hey, how else are you going to bond parts together, okay?
3D
PET?
goop?
Huh?
3D goop?
Buddy. Methylene chloride. The good
3D
shit.
goop?
3D goop is nowhere near as strong as methylene chloride.
Yeah. I just built a bigger printer.
Yeah, I tried that, and we all saw how far that got me.
Well, you just did it the wrong way.
You're right. I did it the wrong way because I am the 2 business degree guy for saying, like, F it, let's build a 3D printer. What could go wrong?
If I were to build a 300 by 300 printer the way I wanted to do it, it would be the Daedalus. If I wanted to build I'm talking single extruder printer to print for these build volumes. So I'm looking at like a $300 or $3,000 I'd be willing to invest.
Yeah.
If I was going to go up to a 16 by 16, so a 400 by 400 roughly, I would expect no less than $6,000.
Oh yeah, easy.
If I were to go up to 24 by 24, I would expect no less than 15.
At 24 by 24, you start to say, I need my X, Y, and Z to be one unit, and the bed stays put because that bed starts to get so damn heavy. If I'm looking at printers that big, I'm going to one of my favorite companies. I should reach out to him. Titan Robotics. Do you know Titan Robotics?
Yep. I was trying to convince some guy who decided he wanted to build a 3D printer. He was building a Railcore out of weld steel. And I was like, that's fine and dandy, dude. But find a shop with an oven. And he didn't want to, he kept questioning me as to why. Because when you weld steel, he's like, I've got clamps. I'll just clamp the crap out of it. It doesn't matter. If a piece of steel wants the potato chip, it's gonna potato chip. So it's like you have to heat it. So
yeah, their Atlas program, it's gorgeous, and like
and theirs are welded.
Oh yeah, and everything's ball
steel,
screws.
And they put it in an oven.
Yep.
They heat treat it. So, oh, by the way, that extruder I was talking about is from a company called Fuse Lab 3D.
Let's take a look at them. Connection is not private.
Oh, I'm VPNing the crap out of it.
Oh God, here we go. They don't even have an SSL.
Yeah, I don't think they're doing too well. Let's put it that way.
Proprietary extruder. And see, now I'm moving on, because as soon as you say proprietary, generally you know what that means. Oh, look at that. That is so weird. It's like a peristaltic pump.
You see it?
What?
So you see it?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, it's a planetary gear.
Yeah, I guess it is. And your sun is the filament.
Pretty much, yeah.
300 by 280 by 300, dual extruder, up to 300C.
Oh, yeah. I am not going to believe a damn thing about this 3D printer. They've been...
Yeah, where am I pricing? Where's my pricing?
They've been blowing this smoke for 2 years, so it's nothing. But
that's what we tell people. We're not here to blow smoke up your ass. If you want that, go talk to somebody else. We're not here to do that.
But I bet I could build an extruder that's similar to that gets around those patents.
They're also not in America, so chances are they haven't filed a U.S. patent.
They seem like because before they were a 3D printer company, they were a development company, which guess what? They've probably got patents in the U.S.
Let's find out. Searching for Fuse Labs on Fuse Labs extruder on Google Patents, but of course it's Google Patents, so I'm probably not using the right terms. I don't see anything, but who the hell knows? But proprietary doesn't mean patented. It says patent pending. Patent pending means it's a utility patent or a provisional patent. And are they doing a design patent or a utility patent? Because they're not going to get a utility patent. They're going to get a design patent.
So,
but like most companies, they'll likely keep it in patent pending state indefinitely.
Yeah, just to keep people from.
Yeah, that way it's not in public domain.
Is it okay if we rant?
Do it
as we nerd about stuff.
Have you not listened to this podcast or literally the past 3 hours that we've been talking? All we do is rant.
Have you ever heard of what's it called? Crap. I've been trying to destroy their will to live for a while now. 3D what is it called? They did a big funding raise. It's in my email, I'm sure.
Was it like a reality thing?
No, it's so much worse.
It gets worse.
It gets worse. It's this company that's done nothing, and they keep trying to get funding. And they've been around for since 2000, since we've been around, and they've got zero product.
It upsets me that these kind of companies can get funding, but guys like you and I kind of have to struggle to get shit done.
I was like, no, I don't need that.
I don't want to be beholden to other people. I want to do things my way. If I don't like working with someone, I can tell them to go to hell, and that's where they go.
So I was very lucky when I left the emergency service side. I was able to get this consulting job that pays me a lot more. So that's why I still do it. I work 2 days a year and get paid for a 40-hour work week.
What type of consulting do you do, if you don't mind me asking?
Medical.
Okay.
Yeah, for a large power company. So I do
that's
like
right.
their,
We talked about that. Okay.
What are they called? It's an investor thing.
Whoa, Graphene 3D Lab did a
What?
patent regarding fused filament fabrication using multi-segment filament. Why are these people? And this is a patent that was given.
What?
God, I hate people.
There's some stupid patents out there, let's be honest.
Welcome to the U.S. Patent Office. I swear, if they actually watched this podcast, they would probably hate us at this point.
Who?
The
The US Patent
USPTO.
Office? Oh, well, the US patents should be dismantled and rebuilt, let's be honest. That
And
system is trash.
Dude, the amount of inventors that we work with, like we're building this class system for inventors because we have so many issues with inventors. But the amount of inventors that think, I need a patent, I need a patent, I need a patent. No! You need sales. And until you have sales, you don't need a patent. Shut the hell up.
So
Sorry.
the company is R3 Printing.
R3 Printing?
Yeah. Take a gander at their website. So this rendering has been the same rendering they've had for 3 years.
Ooh, it's open for investment on Start Engine.
Yeah. They got $1 million. And if you go on there and look at the comments, you see me destroying them like every chance I got. And then if you scroll down, if you look at around where it says manufacturing is about to get personal, they've got their printer, which is an aluminum box with all these LEDs inside of it. It's got no stepper motors in the top like it shows in the rendering.
I can put RGB in shit too and make it look pretty.
But if you look at the bed, it's just sitting on a box.
Oh my God, it is.
And then you scroll down a little more renders of nothing, how it won't jam.
Here, I should be doing this. Should be doing the screen share so people can see it.
So
yeah, look at this. That's on a cardboard box, people.
And then if you look, it says it prints bigger, 200% bigger than the competition. I've asked them and they won't tell me who the competition is.
Then who? Yeah.
And 90% faster, but what they compared it to was a Rep 2.
Oh my God.
But not even a Rep 2, it was a flash
It
forge.
won't jam. Active overheat protection. You mean thermistors and runaway sensing?
So they've got all these bold claims that are nothing. And then they have this investment platform.
This
Start
engine.
So if you scroll down to where it shows their hot end,
I went to the updates.
So if you go up to their flare image, the only hot end they show and how they're showing that it's overheating and all this other stuff is a Rep 2 hot end off of a flash forge.
Oh my God.
A little more. Scroll down a little more. Right here? There. That's the Rep 2. So this is now 8 to 9 year old technology.
You do not want the printer to pause to cool down. That's bad.
And then if you look and they say, oh, smaller print head, larger prints, it was up a little. They're comparing it to a flash forge or a Rep 2, which the hot end they're showing as theirs is just a hot end with 2 heat breaks.
That looks like an MK8 with the damn capped on tape.
But what they're comparing it to is that, so they've got their hot end, right?
It does look like they're adding liquid or air cooling because they've got 4 ports on the top.
Yeah. So, but what they're showing, what they're comparing to is their hot end and their carriage, but they're comparing it to the carriage, hot end, extruder, fans, part cooling fans, and electronics.
None of which they have on theirs.
So they also don't show theirs heating up.
Yeah. Yeah.
They're giving the random projections for values of companies.
They're forecasted to surpass $23 billion in revenue by 2022.
No. That's market opportunity.
Oh, sorry. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
That I don't. I actually think we're gonna get quicker than that, but
yeah. Well, this is
I
like
talked to
the
Terry
same.
Hollers the other day. That was pretty cool. The Hollers report guy.
Yeah.
That's pretty
Huh.
cool.
Well, these guys have been saying the same thing since 2017.
One patent foreign pending.
Yeah, and they're nothing patents.
Do they list it?
You can like in one of the comments they do list one of them, I believe. But if you look at what their market position is, they're saying that they've got a sub 10,000 starting price, but only prosumer printers and budget printers are there. Works out of the box is only for prosumer and theirs.
I know one of their partners.
Isn't Forge gone?
No, I don't think so.
I believe it is. I believe all their partners are gone because I've looked them up.
No, last I checked, Bryce was still around. Bryce with Forge Jacks. I'll wait
They
for
don't
that
have.
to load.
They don't have.
Yeah, they're still here.
Oh, are they? They don't have a product, so they didn't get anything from them. They never produced a printer.
Yeah, that's Bryce.
So they said that only their printer and enterprise and limited prosumers have cloud management. Only their printer and enterprise are 24/7 work capable.
Wait, they're gonna do cloud management?
Yeah.
Then they're in the wrong industry because aerospace does not do cloud. Hello, ITAR and CMMC, you won't pass that shit.
So
That's
only
not gonna
they have
work.
jam preventing technology, and only
No,
they have fast print speeds. And I've said I will happily race them.
24/7 workload capable. So do my Prusas.
Yeah.
Stop it.
So they have unlocked materials, so they can get ADS for $18 instead of
jam
$187.
preventing technology. Get out of here with that bullshit. There are so many printers on the market that use, like the old Mark IIs used to use the wheel, and the Fusion 3 does it. The Fusion 3 has jam prevention, so it's got a ball bearing that's attached to a Hall effect sensor. So if the printer thinks it's printing and that ball bearing is not moving, it will stop and say it's jammed. Now, it might be jammed. It might not be jammed. The wheel might be jammed. This has happened a couple of times. But as I've said, and I'll say many times before, I prefer false positives over missed actual problems, right?
Yeah.
I don't mind if I come back and my 12-hour print, if I come back 8 hours into a 12-hour print and it stopped itself 3 hours ago and I didn't notice it, then it continuing for 3 hours to waste what could be incredibly costly material. Now, I do wish that it'd be easier just to disable it on some machines. Like the Prusas make it relatively easy. And it's dumb because like crash detection, when I have all 4 of the Prusas running and the Fusion 3, the Prusas will routinely think they've crashed because of all the inertia and everything going on. So when I have more than 2 Prusas running, we actually have to turn off crash detection.
So these guys started in Brooklyn and then used a bunch of money that they've earned over the years to. So they earned like $400 or $400,000 in a past investment.
Oh, they went to the Y Combiner startup school.
Yeah. So no, that's where they're at. Like they're out at a incubator now in California.
Let's see what they're doing on Twitter.
Nothing. I think go to tweets and replies because you may see me and they're not so far back. Oh, they have put. Oh yeah, no. I've called them out a few times on here. They may not. They may have deleted them. I got tired of their bullshit.
They don't have any replies. It's like they've deleted all of their comments.
Yeah. So. Yeah.
It's funny, if you control the narrative, you get to tell the story, and that's ridiculous to me. I don't believe that, companies should be controlling the narrative like that. I'm not okay with that.
They were touting their hot end in one of the things. I was like, Mosquito's hot ends or Slice Engineering hot ends are smaller than yours. And
so I have some of the original Mosquitoes, or no, not the Mosquitoes, the
Copperheads.
No. Sorry, it's not Slice. What were those really tiny hot ends that hit Kickstarter?
Picos.
Yes, I have a pair of Picos. I've
Yeah.
never used them.
Did they successfully do it this time?
I have one of their original ones. I have two of their original ones.
Well, they try to relaunch. Let's see if they were successful. It says they were successful this time. I know they pulled back the last time because of life, I think. So
Cool. We got hot ends. We got hot ends from the first one.
yeah, I got a hot end that is really cool too. But I can't show it.
That's okay. That's okay.
Did you get the recent new hot end? Did you ask for the recent new hot end?
From Slice?
No.
From who?
The other big hot end company.
I know what you're talking about.
Yeah. You didn't request one?
I didn't know I could.
Well, you had to join their beta program. There was like 700 in the first round. And then a bunch of people got mad because
I believe I know what you're talking about, and if so, yes. Although I cannot talk about it because I would be hurting other people in the process.
Yeah. So but there was a big thing where they're like, hey, we want beta testers. And like all these people came in and like 600 people got accepted for the first beta test. And then of that first 600, like half the people didn't give feedback. And then they were mad because they didn't get the new one. It's like, people, if you're in a beta program, give all the feedback or don't complain because you got passed over the next time. But yeah. I don't know, have you used any of those 3D Passion hot ends?
No, in terms of hot ends, I've barely worked outside of so I have a Mosquito from Slice. I've got E3Ds out the ass, but
Yeah.
And see, this is where I'm mad at myself because the tinkerer in me has been pushed to the wayside to deal with the you had a bunch of credit cards you needed to pay off side of me. And now that 3D Musketeers is net profitable, which it's been for about a year and a half now.
Congratulations.
2 years. Yeah. It was in 2018 is when we became net profitable. July 6th or July 7th of 2018. And I remember making that final payment and being like, okay, what's going to be the next thing that puts me in debt? Never get into credit card debt. What a nightmare that was.
I got very lucky to where, like, our first batch of, like, big kits.
Mm-hmm.
So, for the Railcore.
Yeah.
I did a pre-order for the first 10 and sold out within, like, 2 days. And those first 10 gave me enough money to do the next like 15.
Mm-hmm.
And then we just never we were always net profitable.
We were not. I mean, we started off in a retail environment, which was the mistake. The mistake was
saw some photos of that. Yeah, don't ever do that.
Okay, so here's the reason we did it. It was really cheap rent. It was $2,000 a month for a 2,000 square foot space. And it kept us out of my house. And my goal was
really cheap, dude. $2,000 a month
in a retail space in a shopping mall in Florida.
Yeah, but do you need a shopping mall in Florida?
No, but that was the cheapest space that I could get. Warehouse space was more expensive, not by a square foot.
So like, I got really lucky. I bought 5 acres, and we're building a 5,000 square foot shop on it. And my building
on 2. And I've debated on putting a shipping container to move into that.
So my the shop we're putting on that specific land cost about what you paid in rent for that year.
Yeah, I know. Steel buildings like that, they're $50,000 to $80,000.
Ours is 32.
Okay, the building is 32. What's that concrete pad gonna run you?
For free.
How?
You build a concrete 3D printer for a 3D or for a concrete company, and they give you free things.
Seriously?
Yep. Hey,
This
they
is
won
why I
government
hate living in
contracts.
Florida, because I
They
would
won. They won
Oh,
government contracts with that thing.
now I don't like you.
I took no money for that printer. That was just for fun.
I liked you earlier. I don't like you now. See,
So they.
I live in Florida where we have win ratings and codes where, if you can throw a rock at 150 miles an hour and put a hole in a wall, that's not okay in Florida.
Yeah, I live in the middle of nowhere, Indiana, where if we growing up, I grew up down the road from where I bought a house now.
Mm-hmm.
This house, down the road, there's another house that the guy bought the land, and the one of the council members or whatever,
Yeah,
lives down this road as well. But she lived halfway down the road. I lived all the way down this road, and this guy lived right around the curve at the end of this road, and she never drove down there in the winter because she didn't want to. And what he had done was he got the permit to build his garage, which was just a pole barn. His family lived in Florida. He lived in a trailer on the like a travel trailer on the land,
property.
built the walls inside the garage, and then all of a sudden built the frame of the house. And at the end of the winter, had somebody come and inspect his electrics, his power and like wiring and everything,
Right.
and his plumbing. And when she finally saw the house, because she never drove down that road, when she finally saw the house, her response was, I mean, you can't really tell him to knock it down now, and got away without getting permits on it.
See, in Florida, they tell you to knock it down.
Yeah. Well, we also I live in the biggest town in the county, and there's 2,000 of us.
Yeah. I live next to San Antonio, Florida. I live near Hillsborough County, Florida, and I laugh because our lead engineer, who was not on this call, Tad, lives in Hillsborough, Oregon.
Okay.
So physically extremely far away from me, but he's a charismatic engineer and just kind of loves this industry. He just got his first printer.
Is Tad?
It's Tadeusz.
Short. Huh?
Tadeusz is his real name.
Okay, I knew it had to be short for something.
Or Tadius, but the proper way to pronounce it is Tadeusz.
Okay.
Yeah.
When I first listened to the podcast, I thought his name was Thad.
Tad,
which
T-A-D.
made me think of Blue Mountain State, which is a terrible show you shouldn't watch if you are under the age of 18. It is a very funny show if you are over the age of 18.
I just like that Thomas's name is spelled Tomas, right?
Yeah.
And part of the story of the Three Musketeers, Tomas, and it makes me laugh because when we had 5 at one point, the full color powder gypsum 3D printers, and so they were all each a musketeer, and then the 5th one, it just didn't have a name. Yes, there are 4 musketeers, but I still have D'Artagnan. D'Artagnan is still, it is our final full color printer, and I am, suffice to say that it is for sale, and I would like it to leave.
What printer was it?
It's a Z Corp 650, so it's a ProJet 660 Pro.
Didn't they go out of? Oh yeah, they don't make. Yeah.
And see, what I will do that most people won't, I will warranty it for assistance. I'm not going to pay for the problems you're going to have. I'm going to.
You will have them.
Yes, it's a 3D printer. You're going to have problems. I'm going to walk you through how to fix it for 6 months. I'm going to teach you everything that I know. I'm going to give you the suppliers. 10 by 15 by 8 build volume. The machine is like 6.5 feet long. It weighs 1,000 pounds when it's fully assembled. Yeah, it's Nutter Butters. It's huge.
There was someone locally that was selling one, and I was looking at it and I was like, I don't want to deal with that.
Here's the deal: if you keep them clean, and see the 650, you can feed it just whatever you want. If you don't care about color and you want speed and strength, you just fill the other heads with water. And I'll give you the mixture off camera if you want it, but you can make your own ink, and you just keep the clear, and that's it. Everything else is water, so it doesn't overheat the print heads. And you can print incredibly fast, like an inch or more an hour for the entire build plate. And this is sandstone. So normally the sandstone, you will clean it off with air. We did some post-processing before we then dipped it in super glue. If you don't care about color, you coat it in epoxy. Use Aero Marine
Yeah.
3013 or 313, and it sucks up the epoxy. And you can. I have a baseball that is solid, and there was a standing order for $500 for anyone that could break that baseball. Has never been broken.
Send it to me. I can break it.
Yeah, I can break it with an SDS rotary hammer too. I said, you have to be the person that breaks it. It's been shot. We shot it up to a 9mm, and then I said, we weren't able to figure out where the bullets went.
If it was me applying the mechanical,
I'm not letting you put it in a hydraulic press. Stop it.
Okay, but if it's not hydraulic, if I make a press with a come along,
it's Mr. Archimedes over here, the big enough lever I can move the world.
I can. Just send it to me and I can destroy that.
I don't even know where it is. I have to find it. I have a box, and I got to find the box because Lincoln Park is in that box.
Is heat allowed?
Oh, it's ceramic, dude. You can hit it with, we've hit it with like MAP gas, and it doesn't care.
Okay.
Yeah, because it's gypsum based, it's drywall, right?
I do go to steel mills once in a while, so.
Yeah. We tried molten aluminum. We tried bullets. We tried sledgehammers.
How about molten steel?
We tried pouring. We never tried molten steel on it, but we hit it with MAP gas. And a MAP gas torch is well over 3,000 degrees Fahrenheit, and it did nothing to it. It did get cherry red, and then we quickly dropped it in water. Nothing happened. It did not.
So, did you scan people at events and print them? Yeah.
Yep. So, like, did you watch my Meet the Maker or no?
Not yet.
Okay. Then I'll show you.
I know you. Oh, I started, and you had Snoop Dogg, right?
Yeah, I was literally grabbing Snoop Dogg. Grabbing Snoop Dogg.
Where'd you do that at?
So that was done with one of our scanning partners at the BET Awards in 2017 or 2018.
Oh.
Yeah. We did Steve Aoki, Anthony Anderson, Ronda Rousey, Justin Bieber. What else have we done? Black China, Drake's dad, the Kardashians, Dan Bilzerian, lots of weird. If you look up the most vain celebrities, we've likely scanned and 3D printed them.
You said Lincoln Park.
Yes, all of them, before one of them killed themselves.
Yeah, that's the only ones I would have cared about.
Yeah, I have them. Remember this TV show Pure Genius? You ever seen that? You did? Mm-hmm. We did all the 3D printing for the show. Now, they didn't listen to me, so like they were printing a heart on a Delta printer, but, whatever. Shows shock people when they're clearly flatlining, and for some reason that brings them back, and that's just not true. So, now that I data nurse, it is kind of ruined medical shows. Like I can't watch House. I can't watch any show where someone's going to get hurt because it just
I watch House just because I like House.
Hugh Laurie's great, a phenomenal actor.
But like my girlfriend loves like Chicago Fire and Chicago Med and stuff. Yep. And like I walk in the room, I'm like, that's BS. And so I had a girl I worked with on the ambulance, and she worked in a different town, but we were on the same rotation.
Mm-hmm.
So her and I would watch shows together and joke around with each other, like over text.
Yeah.
And one show that we would always watch together in different stations in different towns and make fun of was Grey's Anatomy.
Oh my God, the 3D printing scene from Grey's Anatomy. How terrible was that? That was done with a Z-Core 510. That was a powder printer.
Yeah, and then but like one of the main characters, the one that the main character was married to.
I don't remember.
He died, and she's like, do you know what? She texted me. She goes, do you know why he died? I was like, yeah, they intubated him, but the tube was only 5 centimeters in, so it was sitting in his mouth. I was like, he can't breathe. Like the tube's supposed to be in his esophagus.
Yeah, it needs to be like feet of tubing.
Yeah, normally you're at like 11 to 12, and he was at 5. I was like, yep, he's dead. But of course they're not gonna intubate a dude. So, but yeah, we made fun of that show all the time.
I love it because there's so much for people to learn out there. And whether you're a maker, you're a medical professional, you're a desk jockey, whatever it is, there's always something for people to learn. And I'll shout out a YouTube channel that I've always loved, Destin Sandlin of Smarter Every Day. Phenomenal channel. An interesting gentleman, a client of ours, before he got a bunch of printers from Prusa, which was pretty cool. He just did a baseball going supersonic. He built a big air cannon to fire a baseball supersonic to see what happens.
Yeah.
Like, for no other reason than to know the science. He did Schlieren imaging of it to prove that it went supersonic. And
wow.
That's the kind of stuff that gets my, that gets my gears turning, because that's making at its core. You're making because you have a question and you don't know, and you want to find that answer. And I think so much of this community has gotten away from making for you, and they're now making for clout. Like Brad just posted a little flag print that he made for his Mini, so that he put a bunch of stickers on it. And that's great. That is exactly what making to me is all about.
Yeah.
But the people that are making to do videos, and I don't know if it's true, but I kind of want to call out Uncle Jesse on that one, because I feel like so much of the printing that he does is just to make a video on it and not because he's doing it. And like, I mean,
I'm sure certain people get into ruts like that because it's like, at some point you have to fund it.
I find myself in these ruts too, right? The last time, only recently I did some laminar flow nozzles for my 3D printer, laminar flow nozzles for our laser cutter that I designed and did everything in CAD myself. That was like the first time I did a personal project in 6 months. And it was great. I spent like 3 hours doing the design work, like 2.5 hours longer than it should have taken, because I'm not a designer. That's what Tad does.
What kind of laser cutter do you
have? It is a Chinese Red Sail X700 clone, black and red, from eBay.
What are you using for a controller? Or what software?
Lightburn, 100%.
Yeah. One of the beta testers for the Daedalus is one of their engineers.
Lightburn is Adam? The only reason that I will continue to buy cheap Chinese laser cutters.
Yeah. Do you know Adam Hale?
No.
He was the second engineer at Lightburn. The first engineer was the guy who started it. He was at Red Hat previously.
I was up there in their client list as one of the first people. As soon as that came out, I said, I'm in. The what the hell was it called before this that we used? RD Works. RD Works. If it wasn't for Russ at the RD Works Learning Lab, I would have never been successful with that laser. And unfortunately, because I'm so busy with the 3D printing side, I barely work on the CNC or laser cutting side, so I don't bother marketing it. And like, I've got pretty cool business cards, I think. They're laser cut out of wood. They're pretty. But
mine are square.
Do you print yours or do you?
No. I don't have time for that.
I don't either. That's why I laser cut them. They take like a minute a piece to make. And the impact they leave is wonderful. Everyone that gets them is like, wow, this is really cool. Like, yes, that's just scratching the surface of the awesome things that we can make for you at 3D Musketeers, right? That's it's my marketing.
I mean, like, where I think like you could have the biggest advantage, I'm sure you do it, is like, just because you have a 3D printer doesn't mean everything should be 3D printed.
Right. Just because you can doesn't mean you should.
There's a reason why there's injection molding, blow molding, CNC milling, 5-axis milling, turning, milling, like
all the stuff. Subtractive manufacturing, basically.
But like at the same time, just because you have a CNC router, I mean everything should be done on a CNC router.
Right. Exactly the same.
So things like, there's a reason why sheet metal is used for sheet metal things. There's reasons why filament's used for filament things, and cast aluminum is used for cast aluminum. And
I talked about it on Billy's podcast. It's all too often that people come to us with a problem that 3D printing is not the right solution, and they refuse to acknowledge the fact that it is not the right solution. We had a gentleman come to us that owns an axe throwing business that wanted to 3D print axe handles. No, I'm not doing that. If you wanted one with your branding on it that looked really
That'd make no
you
sense.
could hang up and never throw it, no problem. But if you want to actually use it, hell to the no.
CNC lathe would have been better.
That's what I said. Oh, well, this is a custom axe. Find someone with a CNC lathe. It's done. Done.
Yeah. So like there's a lot of people that, well, like this part, I was given the ideas. Like they're like, oh, we print it this way with a 0.6 nozzle, this many walls, this many, and we print it with PETG. I'm like, why not carbon fiber PETG? Oh, I don't know. I never asked. Okay, well, you should look at it because you're having warping issues.
Yeah, carbon fiber will keep it from warping. And that's something I want to touch on this because we're 4 hours in. Well, we're 4 hours into you and I talking. I don't know how long we're into the recording. But if you're still listening and you're wondering about carbon fiber, you need to understand some things about carbon fiber 3D printing. One, incredibly abrasive. Do not print it without a hardened steel nozzle, ruby, or whatever.
Unless you have a bag of brass nozzles.
And you're willing to replace them every 100 grams or so.
Yeah.
It is incredibly stiff. It will turn your PETG parts into parts that will react like high temp PLA.
Or you can just make sure that the precision part that you need, the part of your print that you need to be precise, be within the first like 3 layers. After that, then just don't change your nozzle and it will just be.
You just won't care, right? Yeah, that's true. That's true. But like,
let's be honest, most like, does your benchy need to be precise?
I mean,
your 300th benchy.
But if it could be.
yeah. I'm building my armada.
Yes, of bathtub war machines that don't float upright.
Yeah, but yeah, I use carbon fiber PETG for a lot of things.
It's great.
Carbon fiber nylons.
Are you getting it from 3DX or who are you buying from normally?
3DX is I could drive there, so yes, I get 3DX. I get
You're that close to Grand Rapids?
Yeah, they're not that far from me.
Oh, okay.
I'm right over the border from Chicago and in Indiana, and then Grand Rapids is only an hour away from me. Yeah.
I'm not good with
geology.
I'm not good with geology either, okay?
So, yeah, I'm able to easily get there, but an atomic is also right down the road from me, too. So I get their carbon fiber PETG a lot. Yeah.
Did you see their new blue carbon fiber PET? Yeah. Oh, that is so sexy. I want some of it.
I have the red.
Is it good?
Mm-hmm.
Like all atomic, it's amazing.
Yeah, there's a reason why we send atomic with all of our printers.
See, Fusion does that as well. Fusion 3 Cell sends a roll of atomic with every printer, and all their stuff is printed with atomic ABS. And so I do like atomic filament. My problem is, for what we do, the average consumer does not notice the difference. There is a big difference between and I'm literally printing with 2 garbage spools. That's Amazon Basics PLA Plus. That should tell you how old that roll is. Yeah. And Zyletech Clear. We do have a coupon code for Zyletech. It is 3DM. So if you've listened this far, there's 15% off of Zyletech. Zyletech.
Everybody has. Does anybody use your discount? Because I think they give literally everybody their own discount code.
Yeah, and if you want to be a reseller, they'll give you a discount. I've had like
literally anybody. I'm pretty sure every user it's like if you go there and you start you click on the discounts and if you have the honey thing in your browser, it's just 300 different people.
Mine is not in there. I did submit it to see if it would go through, and I haven't seen it come on yet.
It's just hilarious.
Dude, they give
just
me
random people.
They give you 7% of the sale.
Yeah. Oh, really?
Yeah, it's not bad. But nice. And here's the deal. I've got all my atomic is over here. So there's some of their Their rose gold. I love their rose gold. That translucent metallic rose gold.
Yeah.
I've got some of the Starry Night. I've got translucent blue. I've got their.
I think I just finished my Starry Night.
Oh God, that's my favorite color they make is Starry Night. It is
except for Dark Cherry Red.
Why?
I mean, that's the best.
Why is that
Dark
the best?
Cherry Red.
I've never used it. I like weird filled filaments that look cool.
So this is Dark Cherry Red PLA.
Then also, they do have the best spools. Atomic has the best spools.
Yeah. Well, they're injection molded in house.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, CNC does it.
Oh, that's right, because they're in the same kind of building or whatever.
Yeah, and that's really what CNC does is like injection molding. That's their bread and like it's not CNC, of course.
Right.
But the way CNC stays afloat is the fact that they do injection molding for like the auto industry and stuff like that.
I've got a buddy with a Rostock Max V2 that is just not willing to let it go, and that printer just needs to be put out to pasture.
Shoot it. I got a V4 I'm willing to shoot.
There is a good reason. It was the last thing that he and his father did before his father passed.
Oh.
And yeah, okay. But then you put it on a shelf and you leave it alone and go buy yourself. And look, I bet I could convince him to get a Daedalus. I will talk to him and see if I can convince him to get one. He wants, no, you don't want to sell him a 3D printer. He would be he calls me all the time about questions.
I have friends that I won't sell 3D printers to because I know them too well.
That's fair.
So I bought a V4 when they first came out to help support them. Because I know times were tough for them at the time.
And the Deltas are sexy. Don't get me wrong. Watching a Delta move and do its thing is one of the most beautiful aspects of this industry that I've seen outside of like DMLS printers. Those are just cool on a whole different level. Yeah. Right. It's like watching that Boston Dynamics video of the robots dancing. That's what a Delta looks like.
That made me giggle. That made my soul giggle.
So if you're curious to hear what two graphic artists think about that, we interviewed Faye earlier today, and her episode will be coming out next Sunday.
Okay.
So we spent a good 45 minutes talking about it from different perspectives. But yeah, it was that video was amazing, and to me, the level how a Delta functions and the way that its end effector moves and the things about it, that to me, it's beautiful. But Deltas are inherently not all that accurate when you're printing, especially when you get outside of their square.
Or useful.
Okay, fine.
Or useful. That's the problem with Deltas is they're not useful.
See, and then my buddy that has this Delta, he's like, I really just wish I had a 3D printer that Apple made. I just want to turn it on, I want to click go, and I want it to work. I said, well, then why do you want to be made by Apple?
Well, why do you want a 3D printer?
He owns an aerospace company and he does layup, like carbon fiber composite layup stuff.
Yeah.
And he just doesn't want to pay other people to do it for him.
So he's using it for molds.
Stuff. We're gonna go with stuff.
Because I want to build a big printer.
It could. I know he's used it for some molds, but I know recently it's been like he's installing air. He's doing shop air throughout his facility, and the rapid air clips are so expensive. They're cheaper to 3D print, and they're faster to 3D print. So he's been doing that. Well, I'm like, dude, for the amount of money you spent in time by paying me to come out and fix your printer, you could have bought two Prusas that would be making these parts faster for you.
Yeah. Have you ever heard of Project Escher?
Let me verify.
The
name doesn't ring a bell, but that doesn't mean I've never heard of them.
It's from Autodesk. Titan Robotics built the Project Escher printer.
Free cybersecurity for qualifying nonprofits?
No.
Oh, Autodesk Project Escher. There it is. Oh, yeah. The multi-headed Cronus 3D printer. Yeah.
Yeah, the multi-gantry. Yeah.
Yes, excuse me.
Yeah. So I want to build. So they have released a lot and have kept. Somebody in the organization has kept updating some of the files. And the reason why that
for the Cronus?
No, for Project Escher.
Okay.
So Yeah, you have to run a Raspberry Pi on each individual gantry,
It's
and
okay.
they're keeping that updated. They're doing development still on it. I think it's mostly on their own time, but that got shut down because somebody that I'm quite fond of, and they're a good friend of mine, uh, happened to tell me that when he was working at a large, they're known for their large construction equipment, big yellow things.
Ah, yes, DeWalt.
No, the other
It's
big
the
yellow thing.
joke.jpg.
But yeah, when he was working there, he developed something or worked on something. They were able to get the patent that was able to kill Project Escher. So,
And
but
so Project Escher, was that the software that enabled this, or what
yeah,
was Project Escher?
Project Escher was the software and the electronics package for it.
Okay.
So
Okay.
it was how to build this. Here's the electronics you need.
So
here's the software you need.
Let's explain Project Escher a little bit and what it did. So Project Escher worked with Titan Robotics on their Cronus 3D printer. The Cronus 3D printer has multiple gantries.
Of us, actually.
Huh?
There was like 8 of us in total, I think.
You were involved? That's cool.
I have a Project Escher printer in my garage. But it was very small compared to that.
Right.
But yes,
Clay doesn't do anything small. Okay.
Yeah.
Clay and his company, they don't do small stuff.
So imagine like a 4x8 foot CNC router, but instead of one cross gantry,
it's got like
moving on the Y, you could do up to really as many as you want to. And then what it would do is it would say, okay, well, you had to use another Autodesk software, NetFab.
Right. Yep.
And
NetFab.
What you would do is you would put your large print in your build volume. Say like the one Titan did was 4x8.
Yep.
And what would happen is they had say you have a 4x8 platform like theirs, and you only did 4 gantries. And what would happen is gantry 1 of that 4x8 foot sheet, gantry 1 would do 2.5 feet of it. Gantry 2 would do 2.5, actually more like 3 feet. The next gantry
so it
would do 3 feet,
and they could build on top of each other.
And then the last gantry would do 2.5 feet. If you add those up, that's more than 8 feet, right? Well, it's because they would overlap. So, but what would happen is the software would make sure that gantry 1 and gantry 2 were never close enough to contact.
Yeah, they never collided. See, my question for this was always, what about strength? Because clearly you're going to have seams. Now, or are you just running into the next line as if it was a purge line? Like, how do you make it so it's one amorphous part?
Your layers are stacked like this, right?
Right.
How do layers bond now? I mean, you're dealing with the same thing. Yeah, and
you're gonna have probably like running it like how in Simplify you have that, where stop extrusion X amount before end of line, but then it can keep going. Yeah, the coast
and then wipe. Yeah,
and then wipe. I assume that's what it did, and then you're effectively getting cohesive bonding of.
So it's not so much like. So like this, so my fingers are lined. So like you'd print and you have a line that stopped here on this layer. And then this head would go and be printing over here. And the next printer would lay a line up to here.
Yep.
Yes, you would have a spot right there. But where your line starts and stops, you're still going to have that spot.
Right.
You're not introducing any more failure points than in a regular print. And then what it would do is it would be like, all right, I'm going to lay down this line, then I'm going to overlap this line over this one and just stack it up like a zipper.
It was like right before this that I was introduced to Clay and everything about Titan. And it was a buddy that I met from Reddit, was doing an internship there and just kind of got me on the phone with Clay, and we were just talking. And he told me about the stuff. He said, I can't tell you too much, but just keep an eye on the news the next couple of days. It's going to be really cool. And it was, right? For me, this kind of changed how I looked at 3D printing, but the project has all but died for me, right? Because there's no more stories about it. The industry just seemed like, okay, yeah, it's cool, but look at Creality making a $200 3D printer.
Well, somebody has a patent on that, which ended up sending a cease and desist, from what I understand. Which is why you don't hear anything from it anymore. Big yellow company. The amount of 3D printing patents they have is ridiculous.
That
3D printing
company?
The
construction company, the big yellow company,
has
3D printer patents?
Yeah.
Why?
You know who Joe Spanier is?
No.
How do you know who Joe Spanier is? He's in Matt's calls. He does stuff with Billy.
Oh, yeah. Yes. Yeah. That Joe. Yes. Sorry. I don't know people's last names.
He was a Lulzbot engineer and a cat engineer. And now he's an engineer for other things now. But yeah. He's the one who broke the news.
Last name?
Spanier. Spainer.
Okay.
Mustache guy.
Spanier for reference. Yeah, Mott Joe is how I know him.
Yeah, but he's got the curly mustache.
Yeah, the big crazy mustache. Yes.
The way I normally judge people, I had to meet up with him the other day or yesterday morning. We met up. We meet up. He lives like 2 hours from me, so we meet up in the middle at this gas station called Wally's, and we walk around it for 2 hours, talking.
That's your mastermind, huh?
It's the middle place, and it's a place that they won't look at as weird for being there.
Yeah.
And they have food, so we get food and we eat and drink and walk around Wally's.
All good conversations start with food and drink.
So, like the first time we met there, I gave him a Sigmax.
Really?
DC and Sigmax.
Yeah.
I got one for like $2,500, and I was
price.
like, "Dude, this thing sucks. Take it, please." And he gave it back to me, and I was like, "It's like an anchor that I just can't get rid of." That thing's trash. Then go ahead.
It's funny to me because you're saying, "Oh, I got this BNC Sigma Max."
No, it was a Max,
for $2,500. I just went to Craigslist because I wanted to see what was around me. A Da Vinci 2.0 Duo for $400. A Orbalo metal frame 3D print. I have no idea what that is, but it comes with the ramps 1.0 and 1.4 boards. Ooh. There's a Franken's box for $229. Don't know what that is. An Anycubic Photon S with wash and cure station and other goodies for $500. An Ender 3 for $300. And that's all that's local to me. If I drive down an hour south, I can get a Taz 6 for $1,300.
Not worth it.
There's a 3D printing business for sale.
What kind of business is it?
Company's Print Lab 3D.
How much they want?
Okay, dude. Creality CR10 S5, S4, Ender 3 Pros, and El Gumars. That's what they have.
So like $5?
I'll give them Tree Fitty.
Tree Fitty?
Tree Fitty.
Wait.
These are fully upgrading, capable of printing any thermoplastic, unlike your average $500.
They don't have a website.
Bullshit. It's printlab3d.com.
Print. Oh, okay. Let me see. Printlab3d.com.
Yep. They have a website.
Let's see. Okay. All right. So I'm guessing they don't have this 3D Systems printer that they show in their video or their photos.
I mean, who does? That's a Up. That's a
Cube.
Cubify. Yeah.
Yeah, I have one of those
Why?
because I like to buy random things.
You want my solid doodle press?
Oh my gosh, their prints are trash.
Oh yeah, these prints look terrible.
You have a solid doodle? No.
I have a
Those are
solid
like
doodle
the worst
press,
things
baby.
ever.
The press, the printer that bankrupted solid doodle. I have one.
I think every decision they made bankrupted solid doodle.
That's fair.
So
But yeah,
I have.
like there are no 3D printers local to me. None. I cannot unless I want another TAS 6 for 1300.
You go on Facebook Marketplace is the place to get 3D printers.
Yeah. Let's see what Facebook Marketplace has for me.
So okay,
I stay away from Facebook for
me too.
Reasons.
Yeah. Because it's a life-sucking hellhole.
That.
Yeah.
So within wow, there's a few. Wow. Are you kidding me? A Wanahao duplicator i3 for $200. They weren't worth $200 when they were brand new. I had 6 of them. They were garbage. There's an
2x up many too.
An Epax X1 for $300. Lots of 2D printers in here.
Yeah.
Lots of 2D printers.
There's a bunch of people on here willing to sell stolen models.
Yeah, I've got there's a $130 what is a voxel lab. It's an Elgumars for $130. The Dremel 3D printer for $400. Yeah, there's nothing near me.
Really?
And see, that's the thing. My area just isn't that big in 3D printing. It hasn't gotten there yet. And it is a little bit weird.
I get a lot from Chicago.
Yeah, so and that's no surprise. Do you find yourself with a Shed Aquarium? Have you ever been there?
Yeah.
Okay. I have a friend that works there. She's a huge maker. So.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. She used to live here in. Huh?
There's an Up Mini too, which those things are nice little ABS printers.
When I look outside of Tampa, ooh, a MakerBot replicator clone by CTC for $250.
Or you can get a MakerBot replicator mini for $380. Which I remember when they had those for sale at Sam's Club for like $200 because they were trying to get rid of them. Do you remember when MakerBot was so hated that they were selling everything for like nothing?
Yep. They were going to catch you on the material side of things. Lots of heat presses for sale. And like all the other printers are like CR10s. Here's a DIY printer in Homestead, which is really far away. A V4 row stock for $1,200.
That's not worth it.
An MK3S for $500 in Naples.
That's not bad.
Format Plus for $775.
Don't touch it.
Yeah, no, I'm not going to.
Format HT Enhanced 3D printer, $2,900.
I bet if you offered them $2,200, they'd take it.
Well, they've had it so long that it started out at $4. Then they stepped down to $350 or $35. Then they stepped down to $32.
To give you an idea, I've got like a stack of spools sitting next to me, and I put them up for free on Facebook Marketplace and have gotten zero people that want spools for like Christmas lights and crap.
Oh,
$130 for an ANET A8. Yeah. I should drive to Fort Myers right now and go buy that ANET A8 for $130 so that nobody else can buy it. Set their house on fire. I bought an M3D Micro at a garage sale for $5.
It still wasn't worth it.
Because I did not want somebody else to buy it and make it my problem to fix it.
Yeah.
That is the only reason I own an M3D Micro. And it's a ridiculous juxtaposition because it is so tiny on my big D-Bot. It just looks hilarious.
So, let's do a public service announcement.
Yeah, a PSA 4 hours into a podcast.
Stay the fuck away from M3D, whatever. Yeah.
Oh
M3D.
yeah, the Micro was a garbage printer.
Well, the Micro was garbage, and now that like they've got the Pro Mega,
just and stay that away thing's not. From, it's
but they've been scammy. They try to launch their fake crowdfunding platform to make them look better than they are, but they own the crowdfunding platform. They stole money. They're a terrible company. Like if you go to where they say they are, there's nobody in the building. It's weird. And now Chinese printers are knocking off their
Damn it! I thought they were selling I thought this person was selling a G-Max for $70. No, they're selling 3D printing services for $70. Oh my god, G-Max 1.5 XT Plus in Port Charlotte for $70. See ya. I'm out of here.
Yeah. So I've got every printer bought except for a the plate. It's the only one I don't have.
One of our local guys has the Simple Metal, and I have, for what it is, for what it did, and for what it cost, that was such a nice machine. They were wobbly, which kind of sucked. That whole, if you moved it too fast, it would tip over. Oh my God, there is an M3D Micro in St. Pete, which is an hour south of me, for $300.
There's there's someone on here that has 3 of them. Oh, remember Kodak recently?
Yes.
Made printers, like not the Chinese Kodak one, the nice one with 2.
Yeah. I've worked on one. They're actually pretty nice.
Yeah. Well,
they were built by an engineer who was told, "Damn it, Johnson, I just want a 3D printer. I don't care what it costs. Make it." And that was made by an engineer.
Yeah, they look like nice printers.
They're tough to work on.
3D printer company. Digit Makers had some at least that they were dumping for like $1,800. Oh, maybe it's gone. But I'm surprised that that died so fast.
I mean, I'm not. Just kind of given. See, this is the problem that we had when we had, the big Kickstarter machines where all the failures happened. These companies looked at it and said, all right, if we just race to the bottom and we make $5 or less per printer, we can make our money on volume. And Creality ended up becoming the king of that. And like part of me is upset about this because I do not believe that Creality makes good 3D printers. I firmly do not believe they do. And if it wasn't for, and as much crap as Naomi Wu gets, which I think is valid with all the spouting on Twitter that she's done, that's really made her look bad in my eyes. She was instrumental in making Creality get their shit together, and I can't thank her enough for that. And so I look at what she's doing now, but I don't compare it to what she was doing. I believe these are 2 different Naomis, right? We have the Naomi Wu that is the representative of Creality. Then we have the Naomi Wu who is a citizen of China who deals with this stuff every day and who's kind of tired of being picked on for her accoutrement, if you will. And it's a shame because, I mean, she chose to call herself the sexy cyborg. She chose to do it in this way, and unfortunately this industry is male oriented and they're going to sexualize it. They're going to be dick bags and there's going to be problems. But I look at it and say Naomi was truly the reason that Creality is as successful as they are today. And it's cool for them to name that print mill after her, but I don't think that name's ever going to stick. So I don't know if her legacy is what it really should be.
So I don't like. I know she's dealt with a lot with the community.
Yeah. A lot of sexual harassment from the community.
Oh, I'm sure. And like, granted, I've seen like if you look at, so I don't follow her. Like, I knew she was there.
Yeah.
But like, there's only a certain amount of things that I can,
deal with.
I have only so much bandwidth for what I listen to and watch, and most of the stuff I listen to and watch are audio podcasts. I don't watch that much stuff on YouTube.
Right.
So like I just never really got around to like watching her stuff. I've seen some of her stuff, like when she did tours of trade shows and stuff like that in China.
Great.
I watched some of that stuff.
Absolutely.
But I haven't like, I know she's got a style and stuff, but I don't I haven't been able to see any of the work she's been able to do on it yet. So because I don't watch or like follow her or anything like that, the times I do see her pop up on Twitter is normally when she's arguing with someone.
Mm-hmm.
And I just go, well, it's not I have nothing to do with this, so I have nothing to say.
Yeah.
So I just kind of move along. And but if you take those snippets, it looks bad.
Oh yeah,
but
it does.
I don't know the history of everything.
And
so
I don't either.
I kind of keep my.
I've commented a couple of times, like on podcasts about it, where I look at it and say, "Is it unprofessional?" Yeah, but is it undeserved?
Justified?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is she justified in what she's saying? Yeah, it is. There are many times where I've seen the tweets and then her replies. I don't blame her for getting mad. I think there was a more political way of handling it, but honestly, I can't fault her for being blunt about it, because I would too.
At the same time, though, you could say it's unprofessional, and from golden standards, maybe her response was unprofessional, but I have dealt with some of the biggest people in 3D printing. I have dealt with the smallest people in 3D printing, and everywhere in between, I've dealt with them. And there are people on both spectrums that are some of the most unprofessional people you'll ever meet. And other professional, where I'm working with people from Fortune 500 companies and stuff like that, and medical situations, and where I'm consulting on a large business where it's okay, I'm a professional. You need me here for my professional services. And it's you are probably the most unprofessional person. But for a lot of people, it's overlooked. For a lot of people, it's just oh, brush it off. It's the boys' club.
It's unfortunate. We were literally talking with Faye earlier, and we normally schedule podcasts for 2 hours, and we expect that at least one of the hosts is going to be late, because that's just how it goes.
That's life.
Yeah, that's life. And so we figure an hour and a half for the actual recording, maybe 5 or 10 minutes post, 10-15 minutes prior, just so everyone gets to know each other before we get started. But with Faye, we ran for almost 3.5 hours, because we were just talking. And one thing that Faye said that really resonated with me is she didn't feel judged. She said, as a female maker, and as we both know, there are not many of them that are at least publicly female, right? There are a lot of female makers out there that just never show their face, don't talk about the fact that they're female because they're afraid. She said this was one of the greatest talks that she's had, because we're not touching sexuality, we're not touching anything like that, because it doesn't matter. No. What is attached to your body or not attached to your body does not matter. You are a maker. You are on this podcast because you make awesome. That is what it is about. It is not about sexuality, male, female, white, black, red, brown. Do not care. Do not care what sexual orientation you are. And she did a whole thing on, the queer community. And I'm oh, I am all for this. If people, did more like what she is doing, we would have a better community. It is so interesting to me to see where we've come, and to see Billy, to see Faye, and to see a few other of the female makers out there kind of pushing this industry forward. But then I look at Billy's videos, particularly the feather, that got so much attention, but there's 1,000 views, if that. It's that's so frustrating, because companies are either ripping it, they're embedding it so she doesn't get the view count. So what happens is she doesn't get those people don't come around. Some of them do, right? The ones that really want to do. But the lazy makers, the ones that haven't exactly gotten it 100% and don't really know what they want to do yet, those people don't find their way to the communities like Billy's, like Matt's, like some of the good discords, because there are some really bad discords out there. So they don't find their way there. And what happens, they get a bad experience. And I am so tired of dealing with people that have had bad experiences, and I just feel bad for them. I feel bad for them because there's no good reason that they should have had a bad experience, but they did. And it's somehow, I feel like that weight is on my shoulders to fix it. It's not my job at all to fix it. But I feel like if we as makers don't look out for those that have had bad experiences and try to help them and show them the way, then they are now the exact opposite of what we want. We want disciples, right? We want disciples for this industry that go around, talk about what it is, and try to have other people join in so that we can have a big community of makers. But the people that buy these ANET A8s and they catch fire or something happens, all they do is they go around and say, well, I had a bad experience with 3D printing. And who do you listen to? Do you listen to the guy that owns a 3D printing business that, you know, that has a bunch of them, that's been doing it for over 10 years? Or do you listen to the guy that his house almost burned down?
Yeah.
Right? If it bleeds, it leads. And it's so unfortunate. I have been in professional 3D printing for 10 years. I have been on the news twice. Once when I opened my first 3D printing company, the second time for 3D printed guns. And it is so frustrating to me that that is why we're on the news. We did not get on the news for PPE printing. We didn't get on the news for Make-A-Wish, stuff that we did with Brad. Not that either of those were a grab for marketing. They weren't. It was because we wanted to, right? There's medical professionals that are close to me, like I mentioned before. That's why we did what we did. We didn't do it because, we could do marketing. But hey, if we got a little bit out of it, I wasn't going to complain. But the fact that the only thing that we got notoriety for was for 3D printing guns, and we didn't do any 3D printed guns. We did do one for the show, but that was it.
Yeah.
But like, that's how we got recognized as a company that came on and talked about 3D printing guns. That's a problem with this industry. How do we, as makers, as professionals, change the narrative to be better? How do you think we do this, Joe?
We kind of had a rough start when people like MakerBot told everybody that everyone will have a 3D printer in their house by, what was it, like the end of the decade or whatever it was. But everybody would have a 3D printer because it's the next microwave, and you're going to replace all the replacements in your house are going to be fixed by this 3D printer. And then come to find, like, I don't know how many 3D printers I bought from people who literally got it, realized that they had to buy filament, and just left it in their...
One of my Mark 3S's, that's how we got that. That's how we got 2 of the Elgu Marses. No, that's how I got 3 of our Mark 3S's, because you see 4, there are 6. The shelf over here that's got all the resin crap on it, it's going to go to minis soon. I ordered 4 minis. I'm excited. I hope those are good.
4 minis, it's like half the price of a Daedalus. You could have had a half a Daedalus.
I can still afford a Daedalus.
2? How about 7?
I don't have the space.
I mean, just get rid of that top shelf. I see 2 printers right there that this can outrun.
I'm sure it can.
4 of these could probably replace all those.
Could it? How tall is a Daedalus? I'm curious. What's its physical dimensional size? Height?
It's 29 or 27, sorry. Tall.
Shelves are 17 inches from each other. So I could have half of the printers. But what I would do is I would put Daedaluses up on the top shelf.
What I'm saying is you can get rid of both those top ones. All the and we got 3 Pruses there?
There are 4.
Oh, there's 4? I mean, yeah. So
I'm not getting
one Daedalus could replace both those top ones.
The Taz, though, see, the Taz, I am open, ready, willing, and able to talk off camera, of course, about putting a Daedalus there instead of the Taz.
And 2 Daedaluses can replace those 2 or those 4 Pruses.
It probably could, but here's where...
Then move the shelf down, and then you got enough space.
Where am I going to put my filament? The filament's 2 inches from the ground.
On the shelf next to it, where you were going to put the minis.
Oh, there?
Yeah.
underneath the resin printers, because that's a great place. And it can't go on the shelf below that because that's full of car batteries.
What?
Big ass battery backup.
No.
APC 3000.
Why would you put why would you have car batteries in there?
Because they use lead acid batteries normally, and when the batteries
why
are
do you have them in your office?
Because I live in Florida and we have things called hurricanes, and I need to be able to run. Huh?
What about a garage?
Do you know how wet it is in Florida? The ambient humidity outside is north of 90%.
Ew.
In
That
here,
sounds terrible.
it is 87 degrees in my office. 87 degrees Fahrenheit. And it is only 41% ambient humidity.
That's disgusting.
When we're done, I'm turning that thing down till it hits 30. It will be north of 97 degrees in my office. And it is so dry, you don't sweat. Because by the time you're dripping with sweat, it has pulled it away from your body.
That sounds terrible. You know, there's like 49 states north of you that are so much better.
But you know the problem with going to 49 other states north of me?
What's that?
They're really expensive.
State of Indiana is not expensive.
It costs more than what I'm paying right now, which is very little.
Doubt it. I bet you I could find you a place cheaper.
You know, the other problem is I have 2 herniated discs, so any move that I make, I need to have someone professionally disassemble everything, take it.
Sell all of that, and then get Daedalus is when you get to your new place.
I like your moxie, Joe. I do. I like your moxie, man. I do.
Hey, it was a worthy try.
I know. I do.
I'll come and install them. How's that sound?
You'll come and install them. Dude, I can't deal with winter. How cold is it right now, Joe? Oh, shit. It's actually cold out here. Oh, wait. Well, it's cold for me. How cold is it right now? Because it's currently 8:30 in the evening for me. It's 7:30 for you.
Yeah, what time? How cold is it there?
Nah, you tell me yours before I tell you mine.
30. It's 31 right now.
It is 56, and 56 is cold.
It'll get down to 23 tonight.
I think 56 is probably about as cold as it's going to get.
Oh, there was we didn't have heat in our shop for like a week, and that week was during like the Railcore rush, and it was negative 52 outside.
Just start printing. You want to heat the shop? Get to printing.
Yeah,
that's the one thing that upsets me about
that was wind chill. Sorry,
in Florida, because I'm never
humid,
busy during the winter.
Or humid. Yeah,
when I want to heat my home with 3D printers. By the way, I don't mention this often. This is a room in my home. This is a room in my house. The business is home-based at this point. That's why I want to get a shipping container, because I'm at 170 square feet. A shipping container is 300. And a shipping container, I can start doing videos. And if it hasn't been clear yet, I think I've got the kind of Joel telling style attitude about this industry. I've got the knowledge.
The problem is, like, if you were to film inside of that,
it's 8 feet wide, or less than 8 feet wide. Yeah, you can touch the walls.
Yeah.
But that's okay. So I have an audio background of all things. So I've got the sound deadening panels. I can do good audio, good video, although it's just a generic webcam. So I could do it. The one thing I don't have is editing. But Thomas can do that, but it gets expensive.
What you could do is put a decent camera, but on slides.
So I can run it down the shop? That'd be pretty cool.
So when you're working on different parts of the shop, you slide it around.
Just do a big Core XY gantry with a DSLR hanging off of it and a joystick.
And it just follows you around.
That'd be cool.
But the thing about getting a shipping container is you want to get a once used.
Yep.
And you want paperwork. So you know what it was once used as.
Oh, you want the papers.
You want to know what was shipped in it.
Yeah.
Because there's a difference in shipping, pesticides, and there's a difference in shipping potatoes. Yeah, so
that's fair. And I'm in a port city, so getting shipping containers is not bad. I can get a once-used container for about $3-ish. right in the
What?
$3,000 delivered. Is that expensive or not?
That's, I mean, from Chicago, I can get shipping containers once used for like 25, but that's
Delivered?
not delivered. No, it's
Yeah,
not delivered.
the delivery is $500 or so. But see, the thing is, I gotta put floors, walls, insulation, air conditioning, power. I don't need water. I'll just come into the house. I've got 2 acres, and I will not be here for the rest of my life. And the reason I want to do the container is when I move, just pay someone pick the bitch up and move it somewhere else. That's why I want to do the container. Right now, I would love to do a steel building like you're doing, but that asset stays with the home.
Yeah.
And I don't want to live here the rest of my life. I would
Because
like
you're going to move to Indiana.
No, because then I have competition. I want to be the expert in the area. And I really don't think I could get that past the better 3/4. There is no way I could get her to move to Indiana. Unless there were really good. See, it's not about hospitals. There are tons of hospitals out here that will pay her way more than she's making right now. She has found a hospital where they give a shit for the most part. She loves her coworkers. She looks forward most of the time going to work, and she works in a COVID ward. That should tell you something. She looks forward to seeing her coworkers. Not a huge fan of the patients because, but she looks forward to it. And that's hard to find. A hospital where you feel cared for and loved, at least out here, it's tough.
So you can't really get that around here. There's so many hospitals. Let's put it this way. When I was in medic school, when I was doing some consulting work on the side, I was making more than the nurses in the ER.
Nurses out here are making anywhere between 35 and 50 an hour, depending on where you're at, what you're doing, who you're working with.
This hospital, these nurses were making less than $20 an hour.
That's terrible.
Yep.
But the cost of living out there is much less too.
Yep.
And the trick for Florida is if you get into private practice and you work for, I'm being told no, it's 20 to 30. Excuse me. I'm being corrected. So thank you for that. 30 to 50 is for contract work. See, this is good. I've got Hangouts open and I'm seeing the messages come through like, no, you're an idiot. I didn't know I had a peanut gallery. But, the money's in private practice because snowbirds. Because people in Illinois come to Florida, or Indiana come to Florida when they can't deal with the cold. Because it is currently 56 degrees out. It was in the mid to high 60s, low 70s today. Yeah. It doesn't snow here. When it gets cold,
you should move to Louisville then. It's like
Tad
4 hours.
wants me to go to Portland and go live with him.
Fuck that.
There. I can't do that, man. One,
so
I live in Florida. I like guns. So like that's the first thing. I can't own firearms in Oregon like that. But then 2, I'm moving across the country. It is easier for him to move to me than it is for me to move to him. And that was our goal this year. Our goal, and he knows it. Our goal in 2020 was to poach him.
Yeah.
And move him from Portland, Hillsborough, to Florida. Partner him in the company because he, to me, was the success to us. A charismatic engineer, Joe. How often do you find those? The answer is you don't. They're uncommon. And COVID hit, and we barely broke $50,000 in sales this year.
Ooh.
Now we're
what was your last year?
70. And we're profitable at 50. You know, so we survived.
Yeah.
But I think what this did, and I will never let Tad live it down. Thomas, the individual that you met, is Tad's half brother. Tad has worked with me for like 3 years and never once told me about Thomas until Thomas was over and we were just hanging out, chatting. I said, we should record this. This is like maybe episode 2 or 3 when Thomas first came on as a guest. No, actually, it was the branding episodes when Thomas first came on as a guest. And his first episode that he was on, he just tore our branding apart. And he has systematically rebranded the company, brought on a marketing team that is extraordinary. They know what they're doing. Thomas, I mean, this new logo is gorgeous. It's gorgeous.
Yeah.
And, you know, he did it in a few different ways. I've got the long way where the Musketeers is out on the side. And then there's one where the Musketeers is vertical, but it's stuck to the TAS. That to me, that's what we need. We're going to put a marketing plan together. We're going to revamp the website. We're going to come out swinging hard, right? We're going for heavyweights. And so I'm looking forward to 2021. I mean, what are your plans for 2021? I know we have been talking for almost 5 hours. Let's wrap it up here, because I'm sure you have shit to do too. What are your plans for 2021?
Daedalus, full rollout. Like we're selling them, of course, but there's a lot of things. So like we just updated our fan shrouds. We've got the metal sides coming in for the high temp. Tool changer, Daedalus. So it's pretty much all going to be off that same frame for a little while.
Retrofit kits available for those that have bought the standard?
Not so much, because going from a standard to the high temp, you pretty much have to rip everything out to a frame. There's no point.
See, for me, I want the high temp. Like that. If I'm going to buy a Daedalus, I want the high temp. I'm assuming it's going to cost a fair bit more.
Yeah, and on the top of that, we don't know exactly when it's going to come out.
That's fair. And I'm okay with waiting.
And so we've got that. I've got the larger unit. I'm waiting for Creality's printer belt to come out.
Did you buy one?
Nope. But
You're waiting to see it, huh?
I bought 2 of the belts just to see what material they're using. I've had stuff for a printer or for a conveyor 3D printer for quite some time. The problem is Black Belt has held on to some patents that worry me. So between them and MakerBot, there were some things to be worried about, which it wasn't worth for me to try to build one at the time because of the possibility of getting shut down and losing all that work. So the moment Creality's printer hits the ground in the US and it's not seized and it's able to be delivered is the moment, and as long as Black Belt has not pushed or MakerBot have not pushed a cease and desist by then, which as of now they have not.
And if they're smart, they're not going to until they start producing it. They're going to wait until Creality's got a nice, big, fat inventory, slap them with the cease and desist, and shut them down then. And hurt them where it hurts, in the pocket.
Well, I think it's almost too late now. I think right now it's almost too late. But if they were to do it, and they were able to get these out, the moment a customer gets one, and they haven't done a cease and desist, and Creality's publicly announced, released, showed, Kickstarter, there's no way anybody from Black Belt, there's no way anybody from MakerBot, Stratasys doesn't know this is coming. The moment it touches ground and goes into a customer's hand, there's precedent. There you go. Sorry, we've been talking a long time.
We have.
There's precedent that then I can now create one, and if they come after me, I go, well, you guys didn't protect your intellectual property with them. You legally can't with us.
I want a belt printer, but I do not want a Creality belt printer. That is my problem. My problem is Creality.
I wouldn't have a problem with having one of those printers, mainly because I have freaking what's it called? Type A machines, trash machines.
Oh,
I have one of their printers. I have printers from just about everybody that I bought. I have a Raise 3D down there. N2 Pro. Biggest hunk of junk I've ever bought. But
like
just because I wanted to tear it apart.
$3,500, something like that.
4.
We were looking at that instead of the Taz back in the day.
Yeah.
We made the right move.
Probably, yeah. So,
lesser of two evils.
That's a Chinese company too.
Raise? Yeah.
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 They just have a figurehead in the U.S. But I bought one of those. I'm like, I own a print. I try to own as many printers as I can from like, at least a printer from any like random company, just so that I know what I. Nobody can
size
say
up the competition.
Well, nobody can say that when I give feedback on something, it's because I've never tried it. So, but yeah, I thought about buying one of the belt printers. I have no problem buying one, but the problem is that, and they've even publicly said that it's more for producing large things, whereas I see the advantage of production.
That's what I would want one for. Like,
and
we have a customer that we make upwards of 1,000 pieces a month for, and he does not want to go injection molding. He has no desire to do injection molding. He wants to continue doing 3D printing because he can iterate and make small changes and it doesn't cost him a dime.
I think you talked about him during the.
I did. I talked about him. Molding. Yep. Yeah. And
so
that's a key where having a belt printer would be great. Put a friggin' box under it, click go, and just let it run the whole spool out.
So what I've got in the works is just pretty much a Daedalus at an angle, but it's not 45 because 45 isn't conducive to production.
No.
So it would be aimed at production. So it'd be a lower angle, heated or a fully enclosed chamber.
Beta tester.
Yeah. We always put call out for them, but yeah. So
I mean, it's amazing to me because there's so much happening in this industry. I'm so glad we got to talk, Joe. This has been a pleasure. We have never had an episode this long. We were laughing about how the episode with Faye was our longest episode to date.
No, it's not.
Nope. Yep. You beat it. And I don't know if anybody else is going to beat it. Now, of course, we didn't have all 4 hosts, and the second host that was on here dropped out halfway through because lives. Apparently, people have lives. They're not just pure makers through and through. But yeah, dude, I will see you on Twitter. I will see you on Discord. One more time, tell the folks at home where they can find you.
On Twitter, it's pro_R3D, and our website is projectr3d.com.
And seriously, guys, if you still haven't looked at the Daedalus, what the actual hell are you thinking? Go now, look at the Daedalus, and when you're done, check out 3D Musketeers because we're probably gonna have a Daedalus here pretty soon. we're gonna figure something out to get one in, and that way you can try it before you buy it. Stay safe out there. Keep making awesome. Have a good one, and of course, call your loved ones. And if you haven't seen a therapist, go. There's nothing wrong with it.
Say hi to your dogs.
Yeah, and cats.
Dogs.
No,
I'm a dog person.
I'm sorry. I can leave my cat alone for 3 days if I need to go somewhere or not, and it's no big deal.
I'll just take my dog with.
That's fair. Victoria doesn't travel
my dog's better than the people I'm going to see, so.
That's true. Yes, other people's dogs are better than the people I'm going to see most of the time. Yep. Yeah, that's true. Can dogs get COVID?
There's been people saying that they could, but
see, then we could use dogs as carrier pigeons, right? Think about it. Think about it. You get to pet a dog for a little bit, send it back with a message. Anyways, Joe, it has been a pleasure.
I just have 4 dogs, so I always have enough to pet. So I don't need to pet.
And not one of them has barked?
I'm sure they've barked.
I haven't heard it.
They're probably sleeping. They're lazy dogs. I don't put them to work.
Curious before we shut this thing down.
Black Lab, Beagle, and 2 like herding dogs that were mutts from Louisville.
Love it, man. Hey, we'll see you later. Keep making awesome. You embody what it is to make awesome. So thank you so much for coming on. We will see you all later. Thank you. If you have listened or watched this long, we appreciate it, especially considering the fact that it doesn't look cool anymore. Now it's just the Zoom window capture rather than the fancy overlay we do with Streamlabs. But hey, whatever. That's what making awesome is all about. Have a good one, everybody.
Take care.